Buy the land and cultivate in different world. Volume 12 by Okazawa Rokuja. Translated by Russell. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 400, Project Meeting. I know the expo just ended and everything, but we must rev up our engines for the next event, Oribos Castle. This all started last winter when the orcs temporarily left the farm to fulfill their wish of building a castle. Then, it was eventually named Oribos Castle after the orc team's leader. However, the fact that it was built on someone else's land became a problem later on. The feudal lord mistook it for an act of invasion. So he attacked the castle, to which they were intercepted with an obstacle course. Eventually, the castle became a large-scale obstacle course event. Looking back, the more I put it into words, the weirder it sounds. While the first edition of Oribos Castle was a success, things didn't end there. It was such a huge hit that many requested an encore, so in response, a decision was made to hold the second edition exactly 1 year later. Hence, we started our preparations, but along the way, our st became tight due to the expo. We had to prepare for 2 events simultaneously. It was a busier winter than usual. Now that the farm expo is over, we can concentrate our efforts on Oribos Castle. From here, we will be talking about our preparations and planning for a while. Let's rewind time a little and start from when the farm expo idea had not come up yet. Section. So, I state the agenda to the assembled key members. We will hold the second meeting for Oribos Castle. Oh, clap, clap, clap. It's nothing to clap about, guys. Maybe they're just too excited. It's a pretty big event during the idle winter season. After all, let's do this, my lord. Among the members, Oribo is the most excited. Well, he's the one who instigated all this, so we do need him to be motivated. The other orcs are also full of enthusiasm. This alone is enough to guarantee the success of the event. We orcs are going to prepare an even more challenging course. We are itching to put our skills to use so that not a single person clears it. Extreme game difficulty breeds disapproval, so keep it moderately clearable, okay? That's right. Based on last meeting's reflections, today's agenda is what kind of obstacles to prepare. Oribos Castle is a hands-on obstacle course. Last time, the event featured thrilling obstacles that required full-body use, such as crossing a balance beam and avoiding large boulders that tumbled down a slope. We're going to pursue a more severe game balance to give our guests the thrill, excitement, and sense of accomplishment of clearing the obstacles. Why don't we brainstorm our ideas? You must have thoughts about how we could have done this or that last year, or how we could have been more aggressive, so let's build up the event based on those. Then, first and foremost, let's hear Oribo's ideas. Oh, he's the face of this event. After all, I expect him to come up with a fairly vigorous proposal, but the second attraction will be a complete replacement of the first one. Huh? Come again? Oribos Castle is constantly evolving, and we will show this to our players. We'll crush any naive notion that last year's experience will give them an advantage. We will give them a whole new Oribos Castle. His energy reaches crazy levels when it comes to this event. I guess it hits differently when you're involved in something you like, but do we have proper substitutes if we replace all the obstacles? Worry not, my lord. We've already gathered our wits and come up with 567 ideas. That's a lot. Whoops. So, Oribo wasn't the only excited orc here. If I let them go all out, won't we end up with a far more extraordinary castle than the previous one? Please wait. Then came the long-awaited brakeman. It was one of the human students studying at the farm. Why did he come here? I was one of last year's players. Oh, a person who has had first-hand experience. Their feedback is invaluable. How far did you get last year? Up to the third obstacle. That multiplying homunculus when you hit was quite the murderer. He made even more progress than me, who retired at the second obstacle. I'm going to clear the whole course this year. As someone who experienced last year's event, I can tell you that changing everything can be confusing. Past participants want to make a comeback because they want the same experience. If you make it completely different, it might flop. The student makes a good point that even Orcubo looks daunted. This is the kind of controversy that always occurs in the making of a sequel. The argument is always, let's make something completely different from the previous one. Versus, if you're going to change everything, might as well treat it as a new work. I doubt this debate will ever be settled, but it's also important to both challenge the new and preserve the old. So, in this case, we shall treat each side equally. Let's keep half of the popular obstacles and replace the remaining. Let's decide on which obstacles to keep first. Then let's replace the third obstacle. Everyone's bound for immediate failure in that one. He was full of resentment toward the obstacle he got eliminated. An Orcubo, 500 is too much, so narrow down the list to at least 10 or less. How about hell? Iron balls will come flying at you from all directions, and at the same time, the ground will sink and swallow you into a sea of lava. Rejected. We can't allow something that's borderline torture already. This needs to be checked by a third party every step of the way. Master. Then, Vale joined in the meeting. Can I join you this time? Where are you going to place me? Nowhere. Realize that the game balance will collapse when a dragon like you joins. You're banned from Oribos Castle forever. Anyone else with an idea? Keep making proposals so we can drown Vale's proposal. How about this, then? Oh? I would like to make these modifications to the castle tower next. It has nothing to do with the obstacles, though. Oh. Section. All this was discussed in late fall, just before winter. Looking back, I wonder if Vale's exasperation at not being able to participate was a form of venting her frustration somewhere else. The wheat pavilion she opened at the Farm Expo was of excellent quality and caused a gluten boom in the demon capital, and she was pleased as punch. While the expo was being held, the orcs were simultaneously preparing to hold the second Oribos Castle. Orkra, Orkma, Orninashi, Orkdoba, and the other sub-leaders were playing a central role in the castle's renovation. The expo had reached its finale, and it was time for us to join in when something unusual happened. Oribos Castle, 2nd edition, has a cancellation announcement to make. Chapter 401, Tactless War. It was so unexpected. We were informed on the first date to prepare for the 2nd edition of Oribos Castle that it's cancelled. Why? It's so sudden I'm at a loss for words. My sincerest apologies, says Mr. Dalkish. Oribos Castle is located in his territory, so we cannot proceed with the event without his permission. Incidentally, he and his demoness wife became the first interracial married couple. Just recently, I heard their long-awaited son was born. Negotiating with the goddess Hera was worth it. Be that as it may, Mr. Dalkish is this event's co-organizer. He should have been willing to host the second Oribos Castle since its benefits would be extended to his territory. So why did he cancel it? Is it because the event isn't profitable enough? What a harsh world we live in. No, that's not the case. If anything, we've settled the profits last year, and we made much more than the annual profits raised by the territory in just one event. We can't thank you enough. Then why cancel? Did we receive a complaint? Maybe some killjoy group said, it's outrageous how orcs are organizing this event. That's all right. We are backed by the most powerful person, the Demon King. We can crush moral harassment with power harassment through him. Let's show them that the right argument is not always right. No, that's not it, either. Besides, the Demon King also approved this cancellation, so even the Demon King? But he was so eager to get through the first obstacle this time around. What could possibly be the reason for him to approve of that? Mutiny. The word that came out of Mr. Dalkish's mouth was more disturbing than I had expected. Mutiny? Why did you do such a foolish thing, Mr. Dalkish? It wasn't me. Oh, it wasn't him. I was so surprised I lost my rationality. The mastermind is the feudal lord of Grandburg, a large territory adjacent to mine. He has a delicate lineage, being a king's grandson, and was in an ambiguous position after the fall of the human kingdom. But I never expected him to start a rebellion, says Mr. Dalkish bashfully. The human kingdom has collapsed, but it is still our duty to govern the wars that take place. I must quickly organize my troops and cooperate with the other feudal lords and the Demon King's army to control the situation. That's why you called off Oribos Castle? If this matter isn't dealt with right away, it could spread throughout the entire land. This is no time for carefree festivities. True. Even if we do host the event, Grandburg is a major transportation hub. People from many parts of the nation pass through that territory to get here. If that place is sealed off by the war, Oribos Castle will fall incomparably short of the number of visitors. Wait, that's not the aspect I should be worried about. If the rebellion is prolonged and the transportation is jammed, Mr. Dalkish's territory will be affected. Do you think we can suppress the rebellion immediately? He responds with silence for a while. I don't know. The other party is one of the greatest feudal lords of the human kingdom. He has a massive troop and resources, and their central city, Masquerade, has formidable defenses that have earned it the nickname of the Stronghold. Mr. Dalkish's expression turns grim. It is the largest city walls, which are said to be overwhelming in both height and thickness. It is also one of the leading trading cities, so if they were to perform a siege relying on its stored supplies, it might take us years. Why does this sound like Odawara Castle? Then again, if a fortress is held back, it cannot easily make its move. Worst case scenario, it may take years to overcome the enemy. In a prolonged war, the burden would fall more on the offensive side. They might even be forced to retreat because they could no longer maintain the front line. If traffic is divided and the civil war continues, people will feel more and more insecure. There are probably still some people dissatisfied with the demon rule. If rebellions erupt in response to the prolonged civil war, the human kingdom could be plunged into an unprecedented era of warfare. Grandburg, perhaps realizing this, hasn't taken the offensive but has instead adopted a complete siege. This alone could divide traffic and damage the current regime. Definitely not the most festive atmosphere we're having. Even Mr. Dalkish got his wish and finally had a boy with his wife. How sad that he has to leave his newborn child behind and go off to fight. I hate wars. We must do something about this. If that rebellion is suppressed immediately, the human kingdom will be safe, right? Pardon? An Oribos Castle will be held without delay. Orkama, my lord. I call out to the sub-leader orcs standing by. Are the traps already in place? All set, my lord. We're ready to go at any time. They're always so reliable. Please, wait. I understand that with your help, we can put down the mutiny in seconds. But this is a problem within the human kingdom. It must be resolved by its people and its people only. He says with the dignity of a feudal lord, don't worry. I have no intention of infringing on your jurisdiction, but as your friend, we will do what we can to help. What are you going to do? Mr. Dalkish's expression is even tenser than when he informed us of the revolt. I mean, we've been greatly indebted to your unsparing gratitude. Please, it's the least I could do. First of all, no farm resident will participate in the fight. If we do, we'd be directly involving ourselves. And one more thing. Oribos Castle must retaliate with the bad omen it has received. Which is why our involvement in this incident is entirely via the castle. How dare they try to cancel this long-awaited event of ours? We will not have our enjoyment interrupted. We will put down the rebellion by the end of the day and hold Oribos Castle as planned. So I say, please allow us to support you. Are you sure, Lord Saint? How are you even going to retaliate by utilizing Oribos Castle? Our opponent's territory is far, far away. Sure, castles are regional, immobile bases and are there to provide physical defenses and cannot be used to strike the enemy. But accomplishing the impossible is what entertainment is all about. One feasible idea that came up during the meeting was adopted. This is all thanks to Okuma, Okuninashi, and the other orcs' efforts while we were busy with the expo. Let us depart. Delaying the subjugation would be nothing but a hindrance to hosting the event. I know we're not one to pick a fight first, but, in the name of justice and Oribos Castle. Endguard, Chapter 402, Pitiable Feudal Lord. I am Ozenim, Lord of Grandburg, and I will be the new king of the human kingdom. My late mother was the beloved daughter of a king. Although she lost her royalty status by marrying into my father's family, she still had noble blood in her veins. And that bloodline has been passed down to me. In other words, I am also qualified to ascend the throne. Of course, in times of peace, It would be sinful to even hope for such a thing. I should serve as a retainer, a servant of the royal family. But that revered royalty is no more. Every last one of them has been executed at the hands of the evil Demon King's army. Probably. If so, I have no choice but to stand up for myself, no matter how weak my bloodline is. Alas, I have been unable to put these thoughts into action for about 2 years. I mean, I'm not sure I can win even if I start a revolt. The demons are powerful, as big as our territory may be. They aren't an opponent a feudal lord can fight with his army. Moreover, at the moment, their occupation and rule are very generous. Cheap taxes, hospitable care. The human race, lulled by such kindness, is saying, it's better to be ruled by the demons. Or I don't want to go back to the days when the royalty and the order domineered. If I can't match them with a decent army and can't expect support from the people, I can't win. After 2 years of calmly analyzing the situation, I perceived now was not the time and ostensibly remained submissive. Just when my ambition was about to die and accept things as they were, a messenger from the Order came. The Order is a powerful organization that once ruled the human kingdom together with the royal family. They were destroyed by the demons' invasion long ago. Or rather, they fled before they could get attacked. That's why there are survivors. They survived by staying underground. Lord Ozenim of Grandburg, you are a man of patriotism. A vessel of our era's leader. The messenger who had secretly crept into my mansion saw through my true nature. You think so, too? I mean, right? Don't I deserve to be the future king? Now is the time to stand up. The people worship the demons on the outside, but their true intentions are the opposite. They dream of returning to the proud era of the human race. I wonder about that. The populace is accepting the demons' rule because they're fine with it. They seem genuinely happy to see the return of natural mana and cleaner governance. You're so ambitious, yet you analyze the situation so dispassionately. Huh? Did you say something? No. It's okay. We, the monastic rebellion, will support you behind the scenes. What kind of nonsensical name is that? It is a resistance formed by the brave warriors of the Order who escaped from the clutches of the army. Blessed by the god Zeus, with us on their side, victory is as good as yours. Huh? But didn't the Order flee during the demons' invasion? It's good to have many allies, but not with those who might run away at the critical moment. Damn it. You're indeed an old raccoon who has survived these turbulent times. Is it just me, or has his tongue been pretty harsh? On second thought, it's too risky to join forces with you guys, so I think I'll pass for now. There will come a time when I will be king. Oh, shut it. If this happens, I'll use my thaumaturgy to control your mind. What? It's useless on someone with no evil intentions at all. But it's enough for you who have hidden ambitions. No need to think about all the fussy details. Just go ahead with your foolish wishes. Section. Alright, let's get this revolt started. Shall we? Wait, why did I start this again? To put the hammer down on the wicked demon army and the foolish people who follow him. Oh, right. You're my trusted confidant and a messenger from the monastic rebellion. That's a cool name. Indeed, it is. Now, sire, let us light the beacon of restoration from your territory. If an influential figure like you can make a move, I'm sure other feudal lords and bureaucrats will respond. Or even some of the more powerful members of the Adventurers Guild. Ha ha ha. Cut the sweet talk, but more allies are always better. We shall issue a written appeal to all the feudal lords in the human kingdom. A wise decision. With this, the nation's revival will be realized. And so, I wrote a lot of letters and sent them. I got varied replies back. Oh, Lord of Grandburg. I didn't expect you to be so foolish. The first one felt like a huge punch in the face. The Conqueror's ironclad rule is to exterminate all royal blood relatives. But the generous Demon King's army didn't condemn anyone unless they were pure royalty and even allowed you to hold an important position. Your act is a betrayal of the army's benevolence. You don't have to say it loud and clear. I'm also a maternal relative of the royals, but I was permitted to be a feudal lord. In order to save the lives of other lords, I will be sure to have your head on my hands, so be prepared. This is, to put it mildly, a declaration of war. Why are they picking a fight in response to a letter asking for cooperation? Other replies were full of harsh words such as rebel, traitor, not worthy of living, and will kill you ourselves? It breaks my heart. To top it all off, even my son, whom I have given up to the occupation office. If you revolt while I'm taken hostage, you've basically abandoned me. Just you wait, I'll be back to give you hell, he wrote. P.S. I handed your letter to the Governor General. Suck on that. The Demon King's army will find out about my plan. What has this stupid son of mine done? That's my line. Stupid father. Don't respond in a letter as if you've predicted my reaction. We cannot let this happen. Let's mobilize our troops and prepare for battle. We are racing against time now. Why yeah, the city of Masquerade is one of the largest walled fortress cities in the world. If we were to assume a siege, they won't be able to defeat us for years. In the meantime, the main roads in the nation would be cut off, paralyzing transportation. Right. The damage to the demon army would be immeasurable. I have already deployed our men in various parts of the city and taken the commanders' families hostage. They will not disobey our orders by any chance. Your orders, please. Declare the holy war to take back the sacred human kingdom from the demons. What terrific execution. All right, time to declare war. Section. The day after the declaration, the city of Masquerade was completely surrounded. The battle formation was a mixed force consisting of vigilante corps led by the neighboring feudal lords and demon troops. They sure were quick to intercept. Isn't it because you carelessly sent out all those letters? Oh, drats. But you suggested we need more allies. Surprisingly, though, no one came on board. We have no choice but to struggle on our own. Even without reinforcements, you have this impregnable fortress city. Let's fight here for years until we run out of steam. We can't really do that, can we? I won't be king anymore. No, wait, why did I want to be king again? Just as I was about to remember something important, something happened. Sire, enemy reinforcements. Don't worry about it. Reinforcements will keep coming. Overreacting at everything won't get you far in life. I understand, sire, but the reinforcements that showed up this time are different. Strange? What's that supposed to mean? An entire castle has come to attack us. What? Chapter 403, Oribos Moving Castle. Lord Oden of Grandburg still speaking. I'm in desperate need of help. As a traitor, I am surrounded by the armies of both humans and demons. And what's worse, something unknown has appeared. Seriously? What is that? As I stand on the edge of the castle walls looking out, I see something gigantic. So gigantic, at a glance, it looks like an architectural structure. It's a pile of stone bricks, and the top is, what is that, covered in mud. However, it's so white and flat that it's hard to believe it's a mud wall. If I had to decide what to call that building, given its solid construction and scale, it would be a castle. A castle, right in front of our city. Maybe it's a temporary castle built for besiegement. No, wait. Both the envoy and I were stupefied, unable to comprehend what happened next. The castle moved. It's crawling slowly on the ground, visibly moving toward us. Screamed the envoy and me. The castle is moving. Please don't tell me it came all the way here like that. The impossible event caused a great deal of confusion. How and why? What is the purpose behind moving a castle? As these questions erupted, I was at a loss for words when I heard a call from the mysterious moving castle. Mixed test. Mixed test. Today's weather is fine, but waves are high. What? That's one loud voice. How can we hear it when there's so much distance between the castle and this place? Maybe through some kind of magic? We really don't know what's going to happen in the next few minutes, so we have no choice but to remain vigilant. Lord Saint, please let me do the next bit. Oh, please go ahead. The voice changed from mediocre sounding to something youthful and courageous. To Lord Oden of Grandburg, I am Dalkish, Lord of the Wallaka Frontier. The Wallaka Frontier? What does a petty lord of such a small territory want with me? I'll get straight to the point. Surrender. I have received a guarantee from the occupation office that they'll spare your life if you surrender now. Your actions are reckless from the perspective of victory or defeat and are a nuisance to the entire human race. I sincerely hope you'll make the wise choice. That might be a good idea. Oh, No. Is the shock of the moving castle unraveling his brainwashing? Magic reinforcement. Silence, young man. I will be the king of our people. The new era of the human kingdom will begin with me. I'll have you and your men guillotined for good luck. Good, good. That should do it. This moving castle is just misleading us. What purpose could it possibly serve in a war? I should just ignore them and pay attention to the army surrounding the city. Well, if he refuses to surrender, we'll have to start this war. Huh? They can hear me? Then, experience Oribos Castle to your heart's content. Ah, what was it called again? Oribos Castle spin-off, Endless Track Tower, premium version. Did he just correct himself? I don't know what's going on, but the fortress surrounding our city of Masquerade is the largest in the world. It's impossible to break through it, even with the demon's alchemy. If you want to be prey to the myriad arrows and stones that rain down from the top of these walls, come at us. Catapults at the ready. Huh? What's that big thing looming atop the moving castle? Load, aim, fire. Oh, something shot out of the giant contraption. It was as if an arrow had been shot from a bow, but magnitudes bigger. What is that? Something flew over our heads. We could not see it with our naked eye because it was so far away and flying so fast. Moreover, the unidentified mysterious object easily flew over the world's highest walls and fell inside. My city walls. Our city's iron wall defenses were easily breached. Calm down, it was probably just a rock. Judging from its size. What's there to worry about if one or two of those things fall in the city? They won't even make a single scratch, fool. If a rock that big hits a citizen, it'll be a catastrophe. They're the people of the city I rule. I hurriedly ordered the soldiers to check the situation and received a surprising answer. Sire, the object isn't a rock. Then what is it? It's a person. Huh? Perhaps they sent a magically enhanced soldier that can absorb the impact. More and more of them are coming. Our defense is falling apart. Indeed. As I listen to the report, more strange objects are being shot out from the castle and falling into our walls. Are those really the enemy soldiers? How reckless. Oh, bother. They're coming one or two at a time. We can surround and kill them immediately, shouts the envoy. But our soldiers' response wasn't satisfactory. The invaders are stronger than expected, sire. Even if we surround them, we can't take them out easily. What? The soldiers are all boys and girls under the age of 20. However, they are highly skilled in both sword and magic. Not even our soldiers can compete with them. Meanwhile, the castle still hasn't stopped firing. I've already lost count of how many of them came flying in. If these enemy soldiers are a match for 1,000, our city could collapse from within. Worthless bastards. Fight more desperately. Kill the few soldiers and sweep them clean. The envoy lost his cool and pushed me aside to give orders himself. Then, another soldier rushed in. Sire, we know what the intruders are after. What? Right. They won't just randomly send their soldiers into the city. They must have a clear objective to defeat us. Hold up inside the city walls. If they were to send a small number of elite soldiers to cut deep into the enemy camp and target someone, it'd most likely be the general. Eek. Don't tell me they're heading this way. Frightfully, says the envoy. Gather all the soldiers you can hear. Do not let the enemy come near us. With all due respect, the enemy's target is not you. Huh? The intruders safely evacuated the commander officers' families you held hostage. Your ally on guard duty was knocked out, too. No, it can't be. If we have no hostages to worry about, we have no reason to follow you. Bring our feudal lord back to his senses. I think to myself as I watch the envoy being beaten to a pulp by the soldiers. Isn't this bad? Hey, what are you doing? How could you treat the order's envoy like this? Huh? What was I doing again? Chapter 404, Oribos and his moving castle. Hi, it's me. Let's go back in time when we were about to depart from Mr. Dorkish's territory. Section. Making Oribos Castle move was one of the ideas that came up at the meeting. We thought adding that feature would excite the spectators. Beyond that, there was nothing special. The original idea was to challenge the participants to do something with the castle, but there is really nothing more to it. People who see it will be shocked. That's it. But it still sounded like a fun idea, so we went with the plan. Isn't that how hobbies work? Orkra, Orkama, or Ninashi, An October worked on the new attractions while we were holding the expo and successfully completed Oribos moving castle. Then again, it's only the castle tower that's moving. Moving the entire castle would have been indeed too much. What humble orcs. I think it's still pretty incredible nonetheless. For real. Let me explain that the keep is that thing resplendently towering in the middle of the castle. To give a real-life example, it's the same infrastructure as the Shikuhoko on top of Nagoya Castle. It serves as the castle's symbol. But that is why people would be surprised if it started moving. And so, we tried to make ours move. You want to mobilize that and bring it all the way to the battlefield? Asks Mr. Dorkish, perplexed after hearing the plan. Everyone will be astonished, won't they? That they will. But there's also a side of war where you win by intimidating and overwhelming people. Nothing is more effective in that respect than Oribos moving castle, tower only. Please don't worry. Our newly developed mobile castle is equipped with a variety of other amenities. It will surely be useful in the battle. Oh? Thus, Oribos Castle was immediately sent to the battlefield. Enguard. With my yell, the castle is off the ground and moving at a reasonable speed. The castle is really moving. Mr. Dorkish's jaw drops open in astonishment. His eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. This is incredible, Lord Saint. Was your power always this advanced? Haha, not really. I've heard that you have a ship that can move on its own. Surely, this castle is also powered by a trick that surpasses human knowledge, isn't it? You have heard about the magic steamship? However, Oribos moving castle is powered by a different source, and that is the orcs are carrying it. What? At the bottom of the keep, all the orcs are carrying the castle like a portable shrine in festivals. In other words, Oribos moving castle is man-powered. It's that primitive? We had no other option, so adding wheels or a continuous track? It'd take too much time and effort to develop a driving engine and put it to practical use. Therefore, we decided to rely on manpower, or maybe orc power, to be exact, since orcs carry it. But is this safe? Orcs as they may be, carrying a huge part of a castle is still quite the arduous task. His concern is well justified. I, too, was a little worried about whether the orcs would be able to maintain their strength until the destination battlefield, said to be in a neighboring territory. I look at the bottom of the castle to make sure. The orcs. Heave ho, heave ho. It's light. Lighter than I thought it would be. Hey. Don't you think it's unnecessary if all of us carry this? Only half of us should be enough. You mean it'd be easier if we took turns? You're smart. They look like they're doing better than I had expected. Our orcs sure are special in ways more than one. They can lift an entire castle tower with ease. Let's raid the battlefield like this. We're going to shock them with how awesome our shrine is. Heave ho, heave ho. When did this become a portable shrine for Kenkamatshuri? Anyway, we headed straight for the battlefield. Our strong orcs made it to the destination with plenty of leeway while carrying the castle. Section. When we got to the battlefield, our castle was the center of attention from enemies and allies alike. Look, Mr. Dorkish. We stand out the most on the battlefield. That I can see, but, he wondered if that was a good or bad thing. Anyway, the war started. After all was said and done, our opponent refused to surrender, so we proceeded to Plan B, ready the catapults. It looks like a gun barrel coming out from halfway down the castle. This is also one of the new projects. The human catapult. Fire. With a shout, the shells are fired, containing not cannonballs but humans. This is a catapult to shoot out human beings. Let me explain. First, the person to be shot is enchanted so that they can absorb any impact and remain safe during the flight. Then, the catapult is used to fire them. That's all. Now, we can send them to faraway places, even bypass high walls. With this, we can send our troops into the enemy's strongholds without a sweat. What a bold idea. Lord Saint, you prepared such a contraption in advance, didn't you? This is also part of our new course. Allow me to elaborate. The original idea was to create an attraction that would allow people to fly. Flying feels good, so I thought it'd be fun to play a moderately difficult game where you fly through the air and land on a designated spot. That's how the human catapult was created. But is the launching power rubber, air, gunpowder, maglev? No. This is also manual. You have your back pushed by an orc. That's how you fly. There was a concern that the shock-absorbing magic would dispel when the orc pushed them, but that, too, was solved after much improvement and a little practice. Go. Oribos Castle's human catapult. Send in our elites beyond the enemy's defenses. What about the soldiers we're sending into enemy territory with this catapult? They're the students who have come to study at our place. We catapult these promising boys and girls who live with us on the farm study program as needed. As I said at the beginning, the farm has no intention of getting directly involved in the war. The reason is that once our orcs and goblins step in, it becomes a one-sided game. This could also cast a shadow over the worldly balance of power later on. In this respect, the students who will return to this society to play an active role in the future won't have problems if they participate in the war. In fact, it'll make a spectacular debut for them. Don't hesitate. If you demonstrate to the fullest extent what you've learned, you should be able to kick the heck out of a squad like that without difficulty, says Sensei, who came with us out of worry for his students. All of you are strong. You can do it. You're not rotten apples. Calm down, Sensei. If you get too worked up and make an appearance, that will make the worst one-sided game in history. Then again, I can sense we're going to have an overwhelming victory. In fact, the situation inside the wall is monitored in real time. Belina uses her clairvoyant magic to show us what's going on inside. If it's demons versus demons, it won't be as easy as this because they'll counter with inhibition magic. Through Belina's magic, we see the students' impressive movements as they fight the enemy camp. The fruits of their daily lessons from Sensei are shown here. Inside, there appears to be someone holding important people hostage. Is this why the soldiers reluctantly obey orders? Why don't we use our trump card to make things doubly sure? Trump card? We're just really itching to use it in reality. This new work, the ultimate weapon in Oribos' moving castle, is, let's use the main gun. Main gun? As a Japanese man, I can't break free from the big boat. Big guns rule. Victory is achieved by firing just one massive shot, you know? The gun barrel stretching out from the castle is several times the size of a human catapult. What is fired from that barrel is Oribos' erupting might. We use the ultimate orc's power as a beam cannon. We've come this far, and we're still relying on manpower? Well, all of the facilities in this castle depend on orcs, remember? Anyway, Oribos' might can annihilate a city of that size 100 times if it is in one concentrated shot. Truly befitting of Oribos' castle's trump card, we call this weapon the might cannon. Fire. Oh, please wait. I was just getting into the groove when Belina interjected. We have received a flag signal from a student inside. They have captured the enemy commander. I guess the battle is over. I see. Without getting to use our trump card, the battle ended in our overwhelming victory. I'm glad things ended there. Mr. Dalkish gave us near full. I have to admit, we did go a little far in the latter half. Chapter 405, The Princess Verdict. Thus, Grandberg's rebellion was suppressed in less than a day. Fortunately, the ringleaders were captured without any casualties from either civilians or soldiers. It's almost a miracle. This is all thanks to your valiant efforts, Lord Saint, says Mr. Dalkish as he shakes my hands. He scolded me loads earlier, though. It was with your support and extraordinary power that we were able to control the situation easily and safely. Though we did it successfully with my power, I still think we went overboard. What will happen to the feudal lord? Well, that has become a problem in itself, you see. Upon hearing the details, it seems the lord was also a victim. It seems he was brainwashed with thaumaturgy. Brainwashed? That's not good. The mastermind was an order survivor. He approached Lord Ozenim of Granberg and brainwashed him to revolt against us. Fortunately, we were able to capture the mage as well, so there is nothing to worry about. However, even if the one truly at fault is the guy pulling the strings behind the scenes, everyone is still at a loss to figure out how to deal with the manipulated lord. If he had been a bad guy from the start, we would have punished him and ended things there. There are too many extenuating circumstances if you were manipulated, regardless of your own will. And people are debating whether his act should still be considered a crime or not. I don't mind. You can cut off my head right here and now. meekly says the feudal lord, who's supposedly the biggest offender right now. My outburst has caused a crack in the trust with the Demon King's army. The only way to make up for that is to pay for it with my life. But wasn't it an order survivor who manipulated you? Thaumaturgy magic cannot delude the minds of those who have no malice whatsoever. I fell for his tricks because I yearned to be king someday, and he saw right through me. All the other feudal lords around the self-reproachful lord had troubled looks on their faces. They all know him. What being fellow lords, the decision to execute an acquaintance would most certainly leave them with an uneasy conscience. Even more so if the person in question isn't exactly guilty. If possible, I'd like to end things peacefully, but considering their fiduciary relationship with the Demon King's army, I doubt they'd hand down an ambiguous verdict. The fairness of the law can only be maintained by prioritizing justice over generosity. We can never satisfy both sides, but amidst our dilemma, Saint, is that a voice calling out to me? Where is it coming from? Say I ain't. Seriously, where is that voice coming from? From over there? A single shadow floats in the blue sky overhead. Is it a bird? A plane? Wait. This is a fantasy world. The wings spreading out are indeed bird-like, but they're too huge. It's a silhouette of an alluring lady. Angel Hawker's fawn. Moreover, she's carrying someone in the air. Saint, can't you notice sooner that I'm the one calling out to you? Let us read it. Let us read it. The exiled princess is here. Did she come all the way here like that? I'm dropping you. Okay. High up. Let us read it. Parts from Hawker's fawn. I could have sworn she was 20 meters off the ground, but she landed gracefully with a parachute fall and came rushing over to me. Saint, what are you doing loitering around here? We have days left before the event date. Get back and finalize things. It seems she came here to pester me. The rest of the members of Oribos Castle were determined to go ahead as planned. Even though it was in jeopardy due to the sudden mutiny, they remained on site to make preparations. Everyone believes we can put down the rebellion and hold the event, but some of them are impatient, including let us read it here. Our beans are raring to go. The expo proved that beans are going to be everyone's favorite. We've conquered the Demon Kingdom. Next is the Human Kingdom. Your bean pavilion did have the highest number of visitors during the expo. Huh? We want to build on this momentum and take it to the next level. This time, we're shifting the target from participants to spectators, and we're planning to set up a stall to sell beans. But if the event itself doesn't take place, that winning plan is all but lost. Didn't I explain the situation to you already? We can't hold the event until we deal with the rebellion here. What? Who is this infidel trying to thwart my ambitions? I silently pointed the one who manipulated the feudal lord. Eek, is that you? Princess, let us read it. Good heavens, if your highness makes your presence publicly known, you can become the symbol of the anti-demon faction that will take back the human kingdom. The order guy makes a fair argument, but it's not something that interests let us read it now. Shut up. You interfered with the event for such a trivial thing. You're ruining the chance for so many people to have their fateful encounter with beans. Eek. Take this, bean punch. Let us read it's cannonball punch lands a clean hit. That one hurt. Let us read it has immensely matured ever since the first time we met her. Thanks to the combination of farm work and the nutrition from the beans she eats. Even with her bare-knuckle punches, she should be able to clear the first level of Vale's dungeon with no problem. Gah, I'm not letting you off the hook just yet. This one's for the kidney beans. Ugh, this one's for the green peas. For the soybeans, for the red beans, for the cashews, and this is for the peanuts. Poor guy, let us read it, with her unparalleled Herculean strength, sends the man flying. Death to anyone who disrespects beans. And she just said something terrifying. Princess, let us read it. All the men, young and old, kneel down in unison in front of let us read it. Oh, what's wrong? Well, your highness is the princess, so don't look like you just remembered what you are. The people assembled here are the feudal lords of the human kingdom. Surely, they recognize let us read it, who was once one of the leading people of their nation. Wait, why do I sense trouble? I didn't know that your highness is still alive. You've been missing for so long that we thought you were no longer with us in this world. Lift your head, Lord Student. I'm no longer a princess. I'm the Bean Envoy. Let us read. She casually changed her title on a whim. Hence, you don't need to pay respects to me. I, too, have now come to accept the destruction of the human kingdom. Honestly, the beans are more important than all that. Don't be so frank about stuff like that. I've heard the story. It's always the order, isn't it? Why don't you just put all the blame on them? But then, the law's justice would, says the accused. Lord Ozenim, was it? That's just annoying. Let's do it this way. Saint, do you have a pen and paper? Yep. Here, let us write something with the stationery set I gave her. It's been a while since I've seen her well brought up side. I wrote here that in the name of let us Princess of the Human Kingdom, the order shall be immediately dissolved, and all priests are ordered to return to secularization. Oh, I have no power now that the human race has been destroyed, but the order should most likely follow my orders since they're still hung up on the old regime. It should be enough to corner them. Oh, she makes a good point. I feel like this is the first time I've seen her wit. If you deliver this to the Demon King's army, it will be a big help. And as a reward, you can ask for a pardon. Anyway, that settles the matter. Come on, Saint. We've still got Oribos Castle to do and beans to sell. I knew it. Only beans filled her mind. And so, the uprising in the human kingdom was brought to an end by the participation of the exiled princess. Let us read. Chapter 406, Oribos Castle Digest. The players. Although hosting Oribos Castle was once in jeopardy, the event went ahead as planned in the end. Grandberg's rebellion, the main reason for the postponement, was put down in seconds, and not a single person was killed or injured. If there had been casualties, the festive mood wouldn't have been appropriate, even if the rebellion had been successfully suppressed. The orcs and the students did an excellent job. Oh, and let us too. However, this all happened just when the event was right around the corner, so we wondered if people would still show up. But on the day of the event itself, the turnout far exceeded last year's. Look at that crowd. Just how big is it this time? I speculate 3 to 4 times bigger than last year. For real? It seems the event was so well received that many came a second time. Ironically, another factor that contributed to the success of the event was the recent rebellion. Soldiers from all over the former human kingdom ended up not playing an active role in that fiasco, but they felt sad to leave without doing anything, so they came to Oribos Castle, which is located nearby. I guess a neighbor's neighbor territory is also near from the military's point of view. Anyway, they heard it's a challenging event, so they thought of representing their territory here and participate. As a result, the number of participants skyrocketed. To think a predicament could lead us to an opportunity like this. Since there's nothing we can do about it, we hastily extend the program to a 3-day event. It's just like our expo. The number of people clearing the course is expected to be higher than last year, so we also increased our prizes, particularly Betami's work and women's undies sets, which were oddly popular. So popular that the number of male participants increased dramatically as their wives and girlfriends begged for it. Some of them are even determined to win the prizes that they are willing to participate in the event. Seriously, what's there to go crazy about over a pair of underwear? Because they feel great, their quality is the absolute best, says one. Anyway, it's not just the participants with an overwhelming number. The same applies to our event's scale and quality. Let me introduce some of the obstacles that have been further refined for the second edition. While retaining some features that were loved in the first edition, fresh ideas have been incorporated and improved to make them even more enjoyable. Frustrating balance beam and ruins trap were left unchanged because they were popular last time and were the first obstacles, so everyone should be familiar with them. The third obstacle is practically a kill shot course, so we made a less difficult version. Come one, come all. To the Deep One Forest. The person in charge remained the same, Zothsira. The fourth obstacle, Spell-Kun, is a full-body utilization puzzle that adds athletic elements to the intellectual elements. Belina is in charge here. The fifth obstacle, I Wanna Wed Soon, is a new one in which Puffer, who was busy with her journey last year, invited Songoku to participate. I warned them not to mix their ambitions into the name. The 6th and 7th obstacles are omitted to ease the difficulty and prevent the event from taking forever to finish. As for the participants challenging them, they are skilled and fierce people who have gathered from all over the nation. I and many of our students are also taking part. The youth who had taken credit for putting down the rebellion had already proven their capabilities. In addition, Mr. Dalkish is also joining us. I was worried we might not see his gallant figure this year due to recent happenings, but he boldly took up the challenge of clearing all the obstacles for the 2nd year in a row. Other notable participants are: the time has finally come for revenge. That was the Demon King. He was humiliatingly eliminated in the first obstacle last year. This time, he is determined to break his record and regain his dignity as a father and the supreme ruler of the land. My father and brother are also participating, so I can't show them my pathetic side. Oh, even they're participating? Demon Queens Astas and Glazio are also here with their respective children. So, are you telling me the entire royal family is present? I also invited Belphegamilia to join us, but he refused, saying it would be too much trouble. What a guy. He can refuse the Demon King's invitation with those few words. Either way, I don't think it's a good idea if all the key officials of the Demon Kingdom were to participate. Alas, the VIPs here at Oribos Castle aren't limited to these demons. I've been invited too, says Prince Arawana, who came all the way from the Mermaid Kingdom. He was unable to participate last year because he was on a pilgrimage, so this is his first time. Well, you did come to the bottom of the sea for us, Lord Saint. This time, I will be the one to liven things up on land. Oh, I bet. The King of the Demon Kingdom and the future King of the Mermaid Kingdom are both participating today. Oribos Castle isn't a summit, you know? In addition, the feudal lords from various territories who participated in the suppression, as well as the most important person in the Demon King's army stationed in the Human Kingdom, the Governor General, are also joining. This place is beginning to look more and more like a summit. Is this okay? Are we not obliged to professionally entertain these people lest we leave a bad impression? The Demon King, the highest authority among these people, was defeated at the first obstacle last year, so I guess we need not show any partiality. However, among the participants, there's a special guest with a more significant name value than that of the Demon King. It's Silver Wolf, the S-class adventurer. I did promise the students I'm here to take all the loot for myself. His big talk isn't overconfidence whatsoever. Here in the Human Kingdom, adventurers are the coolest profession, and S-class adventurers are the object of admiration. One such adventurer, Silver Wolf, is even more popular than the Demon King. As soon as he entered the scene, a tremendous cheer came from the audience. He's a formidable contender both in fame and ability. After all, adventurers are tasked with conquering harsh dungeons day and night. Obstacle courses that block their way are just child's play for them. It's their monopoly. I won't go easy today. I'll teach everyone else what an S-class adventurer is capable of. That's it. If Silver Wolf gets serious, he'll break through Oribos Castle like a breeze. That would be boring. He deserves a handicap. Vale's arrival is good timing. He'll be playing in tandem with someone. That should balance things out. So, you're giving me some kind of drag? Still, I'm pretty sure I'll be the fastest to the finish line. This guy will be your partner. Vale offers. Durian Kaio, the durian spirit. Silver Wolf pinches his nose as he squirms in agony. As a man-wolf, he possesses an inhuman sense of smell. It's only natural he can smell durian, the world's most foul-smelling fruit, when he gets close to it. What in the world is this stench? It stinks. And you want me to team up with him? Let's do our best together. As if you're already doing the opposite. Isn't that what a handicap is supposed to be? I don't call coming in for the kill a mere handicap. Vale knew this would happen if she brought Durian Kaio to Silver Wolf, and yet, she still put it into action. Well, when the game started, Silver Wolf's S-class determination prevailed, and he cleared the course with Durian. To list the other results: Lord Bell, Prince Arawana, multiple students, feudal lords, and many other people completed the entirety of Oribos Castle. Mr. Dalkish also claimed his second consecutive clear. The Demon King cleared the fateful first obstacle to make up for last year's defeat, but he tragically succumbed to the second. I also got eliminated at the second obstacle. Personally, it's not much of a difference from last year's record. No, wait. It wasn't fair. You were supposed to go uphill while dodging rolling rocks. But suddenly, bamboo shoots started growing from the ground. Was that Taken-a-Con's doing? It felt more like a pinball, with the rocks changing trajectory as they hit the bamboo shoots. Didn't I announce at the meeting that we're keeping the first two obstacles the same? Why did they secretly make these little modifications? Chapter 407, Oribos Castle Digest. The spectators, Platty and Junior, greeted me after I got eliminated at the second obstacle. These two always put a smile on my face, no matter the occasion. You did great, dear. Those rolling rocks were pretty devilish. Please don't put into words what just happened. It makes me feel even more bitter. Meanwhile, Junior has an "I can do better than that" look on his face. Does he think he'll be joining us next year? But, wait. It just hit me that we've got quite the group of spectators here. 4 mothers and their babies. First is Platty and Junior. Then there's Mrs. Zusters and the Demon Prince Geisha, Mrs. Glazier and the Demon Princess Marine, and Mrs. Varlina with her newborn baby boy, the very first child born to an interracial couple. Congratulations, Mrs. Varlina. This wouldn't have happened if it weren't for your help, Lord Saint. She gives a deep bow, child in her arms. As a former soldier stationed in the human kingdom to supervise a feudal lord, it must be pressuring for her to stand alongside Mrs. Zusters and Mrs. Glazier, former members of the Heavenly Four and now Demon Queens. Geisha, the oldest of the children group, has grown up considerably. I wonder if he can walk now? Maybe he'll participate in Oribos Castle next year and set a better record than his father. Don't feel too downhearted for losing early in the game. This year's competition is designed to be fun on our side as well. After all, this side, as in the spectators' side, the audience is as big as the number of participants, so much so that the goblins established a lost child department in response. I know the thought of goblins running a lost child department. It sounds suspicious, but trust me, this one's safe. They've done everything they can to keep the audience busy. Like that over there, says Platty as she points to Lettuce Riot. Come and see, come and see. The battle isn't just inside the castle. What is she doing? Upon closer inspection, I found some kind of setup behind her, and customers were rushing to it. Wackadoing? Oh, Saint, isn't it obvious? It's a food stand. A food stand. The rules are simple. You pick up a bean on the plate with your chopsticks and put it on the next plate. You have to move as many beans as you can in the time limit. Is that like chopsticks practice but as a game? Then, you can take home whatever beans you've transferred. Soybeans, azuki beans, peanuts, fava beans, natto, you name it. We're going to outshine the main attraction with our impeccable service. Did you just say natto? Of course, since Holly is also part of this. So it's only natural that natto is present whenever Hawker's fun is involved. Huh? I see. Is this why you rushed to the scene of the rebellion? Yep. Do you have any idea how much of our blood, sweat, and tears went into setting up this stall? Anyone who tampers with that shall become a sacrifice to the peace gods. Huh. I didn't know we had other ways to entertain the spectators than just watching the games. I can even see some people invested in getting those beans, completely ignoring Oribos Castle. Maybe I'll give it a try myself later. But Lettuce Riot isn't the only person who plans to make some dough during the event. Ha ha ha, this is my apex, says Vale. She's practically a walking game breaker, so we forbid her from participating in Oribos Castle, be it as an obstacle manager or a player. Instead, she found her own place where she could thrive. I'll teach these lowly creatures the dragon's wisdom. Behold the udon that flows like a silken thread. Vale set up what appears to be a handmade udon workshop. Her gluten fixation has been nothing short of striking since the expo. Are you really okay with this, Dragon? Nevertheless, the workshop is a hit with the audience, and they could even take their finished noodles home with them. Another alternative is to put them into the pork miso soup served to all Oribos Castle players. Well, I'm just glad Vale is enjoying the event in her own way. She was even aggressively harassing Silver Wolf earlier. However, there's an even bigger and more exuberant program going on. In an open space, further outside the spectator area is a line of long and narrow objects. They almost look like lined-up cannons facing skyward at an angle of about 60 degrees. No, in a sense, it is a row of cannons, although it was not a cannonball but humans shooting out of it. Yes, those are the same human catapults used to suppress the rebellion. Step right up if you'd like to fly like a bird today. Experience the human catapults that successfully put down the rebellion. It'd be a fun story to tell to your peers. Goblins are trying to attract customers. Yes, this is an attraction where one experiences flying by being shot out of the catapults. I guess it's similar to those thrill rides at amusement parks. Perhaps the closest we can relate it to is a bungee jump. It was originally developed for Oribos Castle. However, due to space and other constraints, we had to drop the idea. I never thought it would be repurposed this way. The human catapult seems to be popular mainly among children. They're enveloped in shock-absorbing magic. Get on the catapult, and fly after being fired by an orc. They then land someplace safe and secure far away. Although safety is guaranteed, there is indeed a tinge of anxiety. Therefore, our goblins fly with the passengers with a belt connecting them. It is the same system as in skydiving, where the customer and the instructor dive together. This way, the participants can enjoy the experience of flying and make pleasant memories. Oh, my lord, would you like to try the human catapult, too? The goblins in charge of attracting guests found me. Maybe I will. I've always wanted to fly once. I've been to the bottom of the sea before, so if I fly in the sky, I'd have conquered the land, sea, and air. As per the rules, I was securely connected to a goblin through a belt, got on a catapult, and was pushed by the orc to fly. It was fun. Section Oribos Castle continued with such fun-filled events. People came in turns for the entire 3 days, and by the time the event was over, the number of visitors was multitudes larger than the previous one. This year's Oribos Castle was another great success and seemed to have given momentum to the third edition. But now that I think about it, it has been nothing but a series of festivities lately for us. It started with the martial swimming competition in the Mermaid Kingdom at the end of autumn, then, the Farm Expo in the Demon Kingdom, and now, Oribos Castle in the Human Kingdom. Events have strangely been held in succession in these 3 major nations. I can't help but chuckle at the thought of how much everyone loves festivals, but thanks to this, we had the liveliest winter ever. Yes, winter. An idle season when the land is covered with snow. Our farm's location had heavy snowfall, but while we were busy here and there, the snow melted, and the earthy soil began to show. It's time for us to get back to our normal lives now that spring has finally arrived. Chapter 408. Even more spring. Spring is here, the time to become active again. Spring, when the snow melts, the earth reveals itself, and farm work starts. The earth spirits emerge from the ground after their winter hibernation. Long time no see. Long time no see saw. We are in your care this year. Happy New Year. Cheerful children herald the arrival of spring. The festivals are over, so now's the time to get down to plowing the dirt once again. Let's do our best as always, everyone. Since it's a time of transition, I gather everyone on the farm and hold a ceremony to mark the occasion. Seeing all of them like this reminds me that we've grown into quite a large family. There must be 300 to 400 people now. Anyway, we all hyped each other by chanting hip hip hurrah out loud, then got to work. First, Gobukachi's team cut at the speed of a lawnmower the weeds that had stubbornly grown even under the snow. After the orcs tilled the soil, I touched the ground and wished for sprouts to grow. May you grow healthily. Now, we don't have to start from sowing seeds. This is all thanks to my ability, the Hand of Supremacy, the power to draw out the maximum potential of whatever I touch. For example, It makes the soil perform beyond its limits and sprout seeds that were never sown. As such, my ability allows me to grow crops that don't exist in this fantasy world. Crops from my world, which have become delectable through years of selective breeding. Their taste is considered exquisite here and is one of the reasons the Farm Expo and Oribos Castle were so successful. We served farm-made food at those events. But they were mostly beans and flour. After that, I sprinkled the mermaids hyper-fertilizer and prayed for their steady growth. We should be seeing sprouts tomorrow. The fertilizer made from the fish monsters makes the crops grow ridiculously fast. They grow faster and taste better. That's why we are proud to say that our farm's crops are the best in the world. Alas, it is not without its flaws. Our crops don't have fertile seeds. They won't grow even if you plant them. When you try to dig them up, you won't find any trace of the seed. It's as if they decomposed quickly. Perhaps these pseudo-crops produced by the hand of supremacy thrive and are treated in a way that does not impact the ecosystem. As a result, the crops we produce are only good for one harvest. Hence, we started planting using my ability, not wanting to stay that way forever. A new experiment is underway, importing seeds unique to this world from outside and planting them. Lettuce Riet and Hawkers Fon, who have ambitions to dominate the world with beans, are the pioneers of this. They're not satisfied with the hand of supremacy's produce, which lasts only one generation. They believe they can cover the world with beans only if they reproduce and flourish. That's why we ordered some indigenous beans and grew them alongside our legumes. By the way, since the beans are also seeds, they are likely to be nullified by my ability. They don't seem to taste any differently than regular beans, though. It's weird, but Lettuce Riet, the one growing indigenous beans, is facing problems, too. They don't taste much, she says. Apparently, it seems that the crops of this world aren't as tasty as our selectively bred crops. I need the taste of the beans that we grow for me to attract the masses. I guess there are two sides to everything. Let's keep trying. Lettuce Riet. I want to support this optimistic duo, you see. So I gave them a hint, saying that if they cross good beans together, they can make even better beans. The earnest girls followed my idea and began to crossbreed beans. This all happened last year. We have hyperfish fertilizer, so the results of the crossbreeding were immediately apparent. When spring came, hey, Saint Lucky, she came to show me the results of their research. I found out some interesting things. For some reason, when you cross a variety that produces round beans with wrinkled beans, the odds of producing round beans are higher. It's not 50 to 50. It's a wonder, isn't it? Lettuce Riet. They have become the very first discoverers of Mendel's law in this world. I leave them to discover the laws of dominant recessive on their own. Other than this, another youthful scene would be the students. I guess they're studying on our farm to become future leaders of their respective nations. Love is always in the air with them once spring is here. This pink hue becomes even more saturated around this time. I mean, it's spring, after all. Hey, Rythasius, do you love me? I do. Ask me if you love me too. Did you love me, Erangea? Don't get cocky, punk. There's no way that'd happen. It's not fair of you to go all tsuntsun on me like this. Oh, I was joking. I love you. The flowers of love are blooming profusely. Well, all creatures are born to fall in love in the first place, and this is their time to do just that. So I don't mind in that aspect, but this intensity is too much for me. I hope disasters fall upon these lovebirds. At last, some began to lose their sanity due to the extreme passion. It's Puffer, the witch of the bitter cold. She is one of the 6 witches and is skilled in making the world's finest potions. They're younger than me, yet they managed to experience happiness before I did. Unforgivable. Songokafon. Blow them and this sappy atmosphere altogether. Gotcha, sis. I hurriedly seized Songokafon, the angel who had come to visit, before she could fire her mana cannons. Ah! Stop, stop, stop. What are you doing, Puffer? And you, too, Songokafon. You shouldn't be obeying everything she says, especially when she's like this. But they get to be lovey-dovey with each other when I'm not even married yet. The frustration makes me want to blast them off. But aren't you engaged? And that, too, to Arawana, the prince of the mermaid kingdom. You're his future wife, which means you'll be the mermaid queen. Why are you jealous of others when you have a great life planned ahead of you? There is a difference between an engagement and a marriage. And in our case, we're long distance and only see each other once in a while, which makes it even more frustrating to the point of wanting to sabotage other people's happiness. You say once in a while, but wasn't he here just yesterday? And he said he'd come again tomorrow. I've had it. I want to get married. I want to get married. I want to get married. I want to see him every day, every minute, every second. Calm down, sis. We can drink to drown your sorrows if you want. Supported by Songokuphon, Puffer went to Bacchus Brewery. Bet she'll be binge drinking in broad daylight today. This isn't looking good. Platty. Before I knew it, Platty was standing next to me with Junior in her arms. I just laughed and watched her situation for a while, but I'm getting tired of it. I can't ever tease her now when she looks that pitiful. Not quite sure if that's supposed to be a compassionate or a savage comment. I thought my brother could marry her because he had won the competition twice in a row, but even so, Mother wouldn't allow it. I think she gave more of a vague answer than a direct disapproval. I was going to let it go on as long as I could get a laugh out of it, but things got boring sooner than I thought. It's time I step in and do something for her. Well, I, too, would like to support their relationship. Thus, I decided on my goal for this year: get Prince Rauana and Puffer married. Chapter 409, Making Toys. Anyway, we can forget about other people for now. I have a more important matter at hand. Junior, my son born just last year, and my sparkling stardust. The season has changed from winter to spring. Henry Jr. is growing up fast. Children his age change rapidly, so I can't take my eyes off him, even for a moment. Every day brings new impressions. He has recently started to learn how to crawl, charging forward with his hands and feet wherever he goes. Don't. It's dangerous there. You'll fall. You'll quash. This is making me feel so jittery. I feel somewhat at ease with the earth spirits babysitting him at home, but I'm afraid something bad might still happen to him if I look away even for just a second. Is there anything we can do about this? I want to make sure Juno won't go anywhere dangerous or bump, fall into, or touch anything that can cause him harm. Then it hit me. Babies his age are curious. They will go for anything that piques their interest, and that is a risk in itself. So, I thought, if I give Junior something more interesting to keep him occupied, he would stay in one place and be easier to supervise. Let's give him a toy. Toys fascinate children the most. They're obsessed to the point that they even wail and throw tantrums in toy stores. If Junior has grown physically strong enough to crawl, he should also able to understand the fun of toys. It'd be a relief as a parent if his risky little adventures stop because of it. In fact, Junior's nursery is already loaded with a few toys, such as the wooden horse Miracle made for him and a rattle the Demon King gave him via Pandemonium Trading Company. However, I think my son is now at the age where he is ready to move up a notch and play with more intellectual and complicated toys. That's why I'm going to give him a new toy that makes him think. What immediately came to mind is building blocks. As the name implies, you stack up wooden blocks. You may wonder what's so interesting about that, but wooden blocks come in various shapes and sizes and can be assembled into various objects. They can be assembled in infinite ways and are said to stimulate children's imagination and nurture their personality. Alright, let's make those building blocks. We've immediately shifted our focus, all for the sake of Junior's welfare section. And so, that's how one thing led to another, but I came across a hurdle: the choice of material. What kind of wood should I use for baby toys? Babies are delicate in many ways. Unexpected factors can be harmful to them. Even though I say wood, its various constituents can have an effect on the human body and cause unexpected consequences. Someone told me that a person who used a branch from the woods as chopsticks at a camping trip died because of the poison it had. Although nothing that extreme is likely to happen, babies yet to have the resistance and immunity we adults have, so we must carefully choose our materials. If I didn't have such a concern, I would have just gone with cedar. But cedar for babies? Don't they cause hay fever? Pollen may have nothing to do with wood, but remember that we're dealing with a baby here. We must consider all possibilities, as unlikely as they may seem. Is high-grading oak cypress okay? With high quality comes with outstanding security. And besides, I want my child to have the best building blocks there are. But wait, I've heard that the characteristic smell of an oak cypress is bothersome to some people. That's why it's more often used as a building material for baths and not tableware. They're not even used for rice boxes. A baby's sensitive nose might be adversely affected by the cypress. Then what? Lacquer is definitely a no-no. It'll give him rashes. But if we varnish the surface after processing, what does it matter what kind of wood we use? No. Children have a habit of putting anything they get their hands on into their mouths. Even a block of wood is sure to be covered in drool if it gets into Junior's hands. Maybe the varnish he licked enters his system and causes adverse effects. I don't know. I know nothing. I don't know what kind of material is okay for a baby. Section. In the end, I had to ask for the elves' help. Come to think of it, I already mentioned they gifted Junior a wooden horse. If that caused no problems, they might have the answers to my questions. And so, I went to the woodworking team. Building blocks. That's quite the mundane idea, coming from you, Lord Saint, says Muriel, the group leader. It seems building blocks are indeed regular children's toys even in this world. They didn't go, "What is this novel toy?" Building blocks. Wow, marvelous. Well, that pattern gets a tad too old sometimes, so I don't mind the anticlimactic response. What shape of building blocks would work best? A basic cube? It would be better to have various kinds of shapes. How about adding triangles or something? No triangles. They have acute angles. What if something goes wrong and it pierces Junior? You're seriously overprotective of him, Lord Saint. A shape that won't injure him no matter what angle. How about something spherical? For a building block, that seems very complex. I admit it. I'm too overprotective. It's making things even more difficult. How many blocks would be appropriate? 20,000? Please reduce the number. And so, I made otherworldly building blocks with the elves' help. Section. But this time, its completion doesn't mark the end of this story. The success or failure of the project all depends on whether Junior will like it or not. Would Junior really play with the blocks? I fearfully hold the building blocks out in front of him. I thought you were just messing around, but you actually made this, huh? Says his mother, Platty. Lo and behold, Junior picks up one of the building blocks in question. "OHH!" cries Muriel and I. Is he interested in the building blocks? Can we call this a success? No. Not yet, Lord Saint. Children always play in ways that exceed an adult's expectation. It's as Muriel says, he could grab a block, swing it around like a toy airplane, and bam, that's it. Game over. However, our Junior was different. He takes the block he grabbed and stacks it atop another. OHH? Then he takes another block and puts it on top of the other two. OHH. Even Platty joined us. Does Junior understand what building blocks are? That's our baby boy. He's smart. We've become like every doting parent. Junior keeps piling the blocks, almost like he's building a tower. While we struggle to understand his actions, Junior knocks down the tower with his own hands. Clatter, clatter, crash. Then he piles them up again from scratch, collapses them, and piles them up again. This is just like stone towers on the riverbanks of Sai-no-Kawara. Is he performing the act of eternally piling towers for his mother and father? This is how Junior plays with building blocks. Babies never play like adults would. I thought I knew full well what that meant. But, my son, why do you play in such a dark way? Chapter 410, Hammer Song and the Daruma Tower. And so, I made building blocks for Junior. I'm such a responsible dad. But I was not content and wanted to make one more toy. I remembered something when I saw Junior playing with the blocks, albeit morbidly. A similar toy, which is a Daruma Tashi. You hit, push out, and drop each of its cylindrically stacked pieces. As long as it doesn't collapse, you can keep going. Although Junior may take some time to understand this toy, it's not a bad idea to have it ready in advance. In fact, I, too, have been itching to play with a Daruma Tashi for a while now. I used the leftover material from making the building blocks and got the paint from mural to color code each piece. Otherworldly Daruma Itachi. Anything made in another world automatically gets named Otherworldly X. The face's craftsmanship turned out horrible, though. It is what it is. The hand of supremacy doesn't manifest on the artistic side, which has varying degrees of appreciation depending on the person. That aside, let's try out the Daruma Itachi. Steady. I hit the second piece from the bottom with a hammer. With a satisfying click, the piece pops out, and the top part of the Daruma fills in the empty space. Oh no. The hand of supremacy is active. My ability can pop out the pieces with precise force through the mallet I hold. I never thought I'd have a body that couldn't enjoy Daruma Itachi with a god's gift. It was still fun, though. I smoothly knocked out all the pieces and easily cleared the game. Being overpowered is fun. However, the simple structure makes me get bored easily. And this is even more true if the difficulty level is 0. Oh well, I'll just put it away until Junior is old enough to play with it. Or so I thought. But, what's this? Oh, it's not food. Vale has already sniffed it out. Vale, who comes in seconds when I make a new dish, was certifying it as a miss because it wasn't food. She would have shown up when I was making the building blocks, too, but her senses must have been dulled at the time. Soon after, other residents start gathering. It's unusual of Lord Saint to make something other than food. But what's this? Some kind of toy? It looks like you play with it by hitting from the side with a wooden mallet. Oh, that's new. This is called Daruma Itachi. Wow. You're using that cliché line now? The entire thing grumbled. Must be hard for the orcs to adjust their strength accordingly. I'm not good with tiny articles. Daruma Itachi became all the rage on the farm before Junior could even play with it. Orcs, goblins, elves, mermaids, satyrs, earth spirits, and students all became obsessed with popping off the Daruma's cylindrical body pieces. I thought it would be nice to have such a lively atmosphere once in a while, so I left them to enjoy themselves. But a few days later, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. What is this? A looming tower stands in front of me. I think it's about 4 to 5 meters in height. It's a huge structure, but it's not a building. It's a toy, a giant toy comparable to an architectural structure. Is this supposed to be a gigantic Daruma Itachi? Did you guys build this? I look at the excited orcs, goblins, and elves, astonished. It seems they were so impressed with the regular toy that they copied it, only on a much larger scale. Combining the building ability of orcs, the skill of elves, and the dexterity of goblins, it must have been a piece of cake for them. But there is an equal but stark difference between what one can do and putting it into action. Why did they put it into action? Because it'd be fun? We thought we'd give it a try and make it the new attraction at Oribos Castle next year. They even thought that far into it. Anyway, the life-sized Daruma Itachi is here, but it's not only its size that's different, it's the Daruma face that's supposed to be nested on top of the cylinder. There are people in place of that characteristic piece. Jahaha. Good of you to come here just so I can beat you. But don't you always lose in these kinds of activities? A sense of balance developed in the woods. I'll show them what we elves are made of. My, it's been so long since I've been this high. I see Vale, Platy, Aileron, and Panu. I don't know how they came up with this lineup, but the game is on either way. On the ground, the orc pounds with their wooden mallet the size of one used for pounding mochi. Its movement is like full swing batting, as its superhuman strength doesn't pose a problem if the target is large enough. Naturally, when the orcs hit with all their might, the cylinder piece flies through the air with tremendous force. The goblins catch them just in time before they whack any surrounding onlooker. At the top, Kaya. Hey. The 4 women are pulled down by gravity with the rest of the pieces. The impact and vibration are so intense that it'd be quite difficult to keep standing. Is this why they removed the Daruma head? One game element in this giant Daruma Itachi doesn't exist in its original counterpart. If the person on top loses their balance and falls down from the impact, they're out. The player on the ground quickly hits the pieces, and the player on top utilizes their sense of balance to stay on. Is this the true essence of the game? The impact is stronger than I thought. I feel like flying away just from the recoil. Wahaha. What an inferior being. Already so distraught over something so trivial. It looks like Vale is showing off the dignity of being the most powerful creature, the dragon. No matter how rough they fell, she did not even flinch, as if she felt nothing. If she keeps her solid form, they'll hit the pieces even rougher down there. I'm the one who will reach the bottom the fastest. First place is all mine. They have such a rule. If that's the case, the upper player's good sense of balance is directly related to their chances of winning. Until they regain their positions, the bottom cannot pop off the next piece. It's proportional to how fast or slow the pace of this game is. Vale's balance is no joke. It's as if the intense impact doesn't affect her one bit. This would allow the hitter to keep hammering at a fast pace and easily remove the remaining pieces in the process. That's Vale for you. All right. Dragons always fly, so they must have a good sense of balance in the air. Actually, she looks like she's just hovering even now. Hey, wait. Doesn't she look like she is hovering? She's using the same levitation magic that she used when she was in her dragon form. No fair. If you do that, you won't feel any of the shaking. Yikes, they found out. Inadvertently drawing attention to yourself on purpose does backfire. Vale was disqualified for violating the rules. In the end, the first to reach the ground and win was not Platy or Aileron but the satyr Panu. She was a dark horse, but as a goat-human mix, she was already an expert at traversing rough and steep terrain and could climb vertical cliffs easily. In fact, her sense of balance is the best on the farm. Thus, our residents developed a new form of entertainment. I have a feeling it has the potential to spread around the world. Chapter 411. Students in their prime. Hello, I am Rythasius of the human race. It has been quite some time since I moved to Lord Saint's farm to train and study. Even after a new season and year has come, our mission remains the same. During the winter, we helped with the expo in Oribos Castle. We even took part in suppressing the rebellion that happened in between. I was one of those who were thrown inside the fortress city of Masquerade by the human catapult. I suggested they use us as bait and rescue the hostages. I fought hard with my partner Eringier, and before I knew it, we had won the battle after another team rescued the hostages. After all that happened, our festivities ended in the spring, and we returned to the farm again. Now, the farm feels safe and cozy, like home. But that doesn't mean I can rest at ease. There is not a single place where you can feel safe here, which surpasses all common sense. We students, in particular, are terribly afraid of the coming of spring. They wake up in spring, we fear them the most. And on the day they did wake up, it was a catastrophe. Section. Long time no see, we have returned. We are back, the earth spirits. Intangible beings supposedly one with nature, but somehow materialize on the farm. Not content with this, they come to clean the place. Apparently, that's the mission given to them by Lord Saint, including our dorms. Did Avion behave? Now that we are back, we will make this place clean and tidy again. Not a speck of dust. Yes, and they clean our rooms even when no one told them to. Huh? What's wrong with that? Well, it's actually a good thing if they keep things tidy for us. You say? Naive. We shall begin cleaning right away, and wash all the dirty undies. We'll check what's under the beds. Yes, they invade our privacy without hesitation. There is no escaping them. Everything is exposed to the light. Wait, don't touch anything there. I'll clean it myself. I promise I will, so please don't look there. Pleads one of my friends. We can't do that. We won't exempt anyone. No Musi. We will deliberately check what's under these beds. Yes. See? They infringe on the secret territory of us teenage boys, who are much more delicate and sensitive than people may think. We will scrutinate each and every bed. These spirits had been absent for some time, as they were not active during the winter months. This has caught us off guard, and since we had the opportunity to go to the demon and human kingdoms to help with events, we brought back a lot of souvenirs. It's unbearable knowing that they're here to trample on us. The earth spirits are invaders. Ugh, you boys are so noisy. The little spirits have come to play, yet you're here screaming like hell. Girls, the farm's dorms are divided into the two sexes, but we can visit each other as we please. What's so sad about meeting these cute little spirits? Or, they're so cute. We missed you cuties all winter. And then, the girls cuddle them. The earth spirits look like tiny girls when they materialize. They are popular and adored wherever they go. Ah, so cute. So cutie cutie shukayat. Girls and their strange sounds. Why do they lose their senses to cute things? Meanwhile, the spirits wriggle their way out of the girls' grasp. They leap from their chests and do a double spin in the air before landing on their feet. No, thank you. We have a mission to accomplish. We can weigh water. Yes, the spirits do not let playtime get in their way of work. That work, though, is to devastate our sanctuary under the pretense of cleaning. Ugh, they're such earnest little kids. So cutie. See you later. You'll come to clean our dorm later, right? We'll be waiting for you with some candy. And so, the girls return to their rooms to prepare to welcome the spirits. Seriously, why are they extremely fond of cute things? I decide to focus on that thought to escape the reality of being powerless before the earth spirits. The girls are suckers for the earth spirits, but they have a soft spot for Pocky, too. Pocky and his pack are dogs that live with us. I think they're some kind of wolf monster, but I don't really know much about that. Dogs equals cute. That's all the girls know. I often see them surrounding the dogs to pet them before and after class. The animals looks baffled, but something on their face says they've given up and accepted their fate. By the way, Pocky's group is also popular among boys, and when we call them, they happily come to us. Is it because we know how and where to pat them in moderation? Found it. I found something dirty. There's Yoshikamo, too. Yoshikamo, a bird monster kept on the farm to procure eggs, has a niche fan base that tries to pick it up at every opportunity. The girls, I mean. However, Yoshikamo's are belligerent by nature and are ready to lunge at you if you approach them. I often witnessed them kicking in response to being picked up, but lately, the girls have been more successful with them. It's amazing how persistent girls can be when it comes to anything cute. I think to myself as I look up at the blue sky, I found a cosplay costume. It's a girl costume. With the laments of the men who had their dark secrets exposed, I was starting to think it was time to report the matter to Lord Saint and ask him for help. I know, it's not the spirit's fault. It's Teacher Carp instructing these children to unravel our treasures. I'm sure Lord Saint would be willing to intercede for us because he understands our feelings of helplessness. He must be. I'd like to believe that. Oh, it's a cat. I notice that a cat is rubbing up against my feet. I agree, little girls and dogs can be cute, but the same goes for cats. When I stroked the cat's slender body, my heart was healed. I guess cute things do have the ability to heal people's hearts. Ah, this cat is so cute. Wait, did the farm always have a cat? I guess that doesn't matter. Cats are everywhere. What a good kitty. Chapter 412. The cat is immortal. There's a cat. Oh, sorry about that. It's me, kidden. Anyway, this cat. On my way home after finishing farm work, I find it licking its hind legs on the wayside. That's a cat, right? Indeed, it is. I checked with Gobukichi accompanying me. No doubt that's a cat. So cute. PS. I can't help but call out to a cat when I see one. They would always look back in response to the sound. They have a keen sense for everything. I tell you, I mustn't approach it carelessly. Stray cats are very cautious. First, I'll extend my index finger toward the cat. Surely, it'll walk up to me and sniff my finger. It's so cute. Indeed, it is. Gobukichi also understands a cat's charm. Once it gets used to the smell, the cat brushes its whiskers against my finger. By smelling its own scent, it's recognizing me as not a threat. Putting such logic aside, seeing a cat rubbing its body against you is so cute. Indeed, it is. It was enough to take away my sanity. This is how people have been fascinated by cats since BC times in my world. It's the first time I've seen this cat, though. I wonder where it came from? I wonder. This is quite puzzling. If this cat lived around here, it would have been strange if we hadn't encountered it earlier. Even if it had come from somewhere else, it's still a bit unlikely. Walking from the farm to the nearest human settlement would take several months. Although that doesn't mean it's impossible. I myself trudged all those months to get here. I was able to get here by eating herbs or fishing for food along the way. I, a shabby modern man, managed to do it. So I don't see why a cat can't, but it unexpectedly still has a nice coat of fur. Huh? I pick up the cat by its side. It's hard to believe this feline is a stray with how docile it is. It has a shiny coat and doesn't look emaciated. A beautiful cat with just the right amount of suppleness. Ah, and it's a female. Could it be that someone brought her here? I agree with Gobukichi's reasoning. There has been a lot of coming and going after the expo in Oribos Castle. It's likely that she got here by slipping through the waypoints after someone cast the spell. Or maybe one of the students brought her in secretly. They're at that age of wanting to have a pet. I'd rather they make do with Pocky and the others. If Gobukichi's prediction is correct, wouldn't someone be causing an uproar over their lost pet by now? Pets are like family, so to speak, and I understand the stress of losing them. There's a high chance she's a pet cat if she's this affable. Let's take her with us, and let's find out if anyone is keeping her secretly. We decided to take the cat home, my lord. It must be hard for you to carry the farming tools and the cat at the same time. Allow me to help you. You're so thoughtful. Here, take my tools. No, I meant the cat, my lord. While competing with Gobukichi on who will carry the cat, she slips out of my grasp. Ah, seriously, cats are like liquids at times. Wait, now's not the time to be thinking that. If the cat runs away somewhere, it will be hard to find her again. Or so I thought. The cat didn't run anywhere, she just walked alongside us. Ah, she's so cute. And the meows she makes get extended into an rio wow 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 as she walks. So cute. Gobukichi and I felt warm and fluffy till we reached home section. We have arrived. The central room of the mansion in the middle of the farm is my sleeping quarters. We're home. Welcome home. Would you like to have a meal? Take a bath? Greets my wife, Platty. Ever since Junior was born, she had to entrust her brewery work to another mermaid and stay at home, waiting for me. As usual, she has come to greet me at the entrance with Junior in her arms. Hey, listen. What's that? Even Platty can't help but notice the strange creature purring beside me. It's like a tiny version of Pocky. Oh? It's coming toward me. As soon as she sees Platty, the cat leaps at her instantaneously. The cat then smells Platty all over the place. I can almost hear the sound of her sniffing. What's going on? Has it taken a liking to me? This goes to show that no person ever feels weirded out by a cat getting attached to them. Platty is a mermaid, so she's a bit unfamiliar with terrestrial creatures. I wonder if this is the first time she has seen a cat. But is it because she's a mermaid that the cat is so fond of her? Cats love a fish is so well known that there's even a song about a cat being chased with a fish in its mouth. This cat enthusiastically sniffing Platty means she can smell the sea on her, she can smell the fish on her. Gobukichi and I shudder. Or, this little one is so cute. What do you call this creature, dear? And are we going to keep it? Platty was instantly captivated by the cat. Well, if she's this friendly, someone probably owns her already. We're looking for the cat's owner right now. For now, we'll start with the students who seem the most suspicious. With this in mind, I took the cat to the doormat section. Ah, a cat. Cat. Kitty Kuat. The student's mood lifted up all at once upon seeing the cat. It's like those scenarios when a stray dog wanders into the school premises. Mostly, the girls surround the cat. I feel like this is stressing her out. However, no student whom we suspected owned this cat came forward, nor did I get the feeling that they were being silent because they didn't want to be scolded. It seems this cat's owner isn't here. Moreover, I think I've seen this cat before. It came to our dorm multiple times, right? We thought it was just a stray cat living around the area. It looks like this feline has been on our farm for quite some time, based on the students' statements. Where did it come from, though? The cat's mysterious background is starting to give everyone the heebie-jeebies. There you are. Oh, Sensei. Sensei, the lifeless king is here, but his gaze is not meant for us. Is he looking at the cat? I knew you'd come since I sensed your presence. But I hope you'll at least say hello. You're small and hard to find. What do you mean, Sensei? Actually, who are you talking to? To the cat right there. Huh? Sensei, have you perhaps gone senile? No, there's no way that it happened to an immortal king like Sensei. Maybe he's the owner of this cat. I'd say I'm more of an acquaintance than his owner. Question mark. It's hard to think otherwise, given his form right now. I understand that in terms of longevity, knowledge, and magic, the professor surpasses all of us lifeless kings, says Sensei to the cat, and the cat meows in affirmation. Chapter 413, The Strongest Immortal King. Nahaha. You got me, meow. She spoke The cat. The cat spoke. Calm down, Lord Saint. That is no ordinary cat. Meaning, he may take the form of a feline, but his astral body is of a different origin. He's the same as me, the same as you, Sensei. Which means, Professor is a lifeless king much like me, and he's the oldest among us. That's the cat's true identity. In comparison, I am young, just a little over a few thousand years old. Despite knowing everything in his life equivalent to eternity, he still seeks knowledge by assuming the body of a cat and exploring the world. That's the way the professor lives his life. Huh? But she's so cute and lovable. To think beneath all that fluff is an identity similar to Sensei. Does that mean she's an old man inside? What a scam. It's not a scam. I'm a cute cat, meow. She spoke again. Cats have all the right to be loved, meow. She lies down, tail wagging and thumping the floor. That behavior is very much just like a cat. But why did a lifeless king turn into a cat? He didn't transform into one. That cat body is genuine. It's just that the professor's real body is somewhere else, explains Sensei on his behalf. His physical body is still stored deep in his dungeon and uses his astral body to possess a cat. A lifeless king's body is a hybrid of their physical and astral bodies and doesn't deteriorate over time. But after 4,000 years, we start feeling old. So, I've decided to keep my physical body stationary and borrow a kitty's body, lest I want myself to rot away with it. Meow. But why cats of all creatures, Professor? Because cats are cute, meow. I see that. But still, good heavens. This cat that showed up on our farm was a lifeless king all along. I thought it was strange because I knew there weren't cats on this farm. One of the world's greatest calamities, a lifeless king, and the most remarkable of them all. Yes, I am one of the 3 wise and 1 fool, the most powerful and oldest of the lifeless kings, meow. You're also the one who came up with that funny name, didn't you, Professor? You're part of the 3 wise kings. Aren't you happy? I chose them based on who can win in a close match against the Giza dragon, meow. A lifeless king this incredible is on our farm? Don't be scared. This body is really a cat's, meow. Is that the professor speaking through the cat? I'm connected to cats all over the world through an astral network I have built through years of magical research. I borrow their bodies where and when I need to be and share my senses with them. Thanks to this, I can observe any event in the world in real time, meow. But can a cat's sensory organs perceive that much? Yes, cats' eyes, ears, noses, and whiskers are much more sensitive than those of humans, meow. The tongue is an exception, though, according to him. I'm not overriding the cat's persona, so this body is still owned by the cat. Even now, I won't do anything that will bother the kitty, meow, he adds, licking his paw. It's true. He is indeed a cat. He can't concentrate for more than a second and grooms himself quickly. But at least we now know what the professor is. He must be an oddity among the already transcendent lifeless kings. He leaves his decaying body and uses only his spiritual body to inhabit animals on Earth. From his description, we can infer that he can possess every cat in the world. If such a thing were true, then there's absolutely nothing the professor doesn't know. Even though his original body is no longer usable, it's still a wonder that he'd come up with such a crazy idea. It's quite an amazing story in itself that a lifeless king's body has lived so long that it has started decaying, says Platy with a shudder. Oh, come on. As a result, I can now live in a cat's body. So it's not as bad as you think. I've always wanted to be one. Meow. Maybe I'll do the same after 2,000 years, says Sensei, and the two of them burst into laughter. A lifeless king-level joke is too sophisticated for me to understand. So, what brings you here to Lord Saint's farm, Professor? asks Sensei. What are you talking about? You introduced me to this place. I'm sure I told you I'd come to visit since your stories intrigued me. Meow. Well, I did say that through the mana comes, but that was 2 or 3 years ago already. Why now? A year or two is nothing for us lifeless kings. Meow. Oh, you're right. It seems I've been having so many opportunities to mingle with the living lately that I've grown to be quite short-tempered. It's proof that you're young. Meow. Yet another transcendental joke. So, does this mean this mystical cat came here through your introduction, Sensei? My apologies, but it's only a matter of time before he finds out about this place. And I thought it'd be better I tell him sooner than not. Like a junior behaving around the senior he doesn't get along with. He has a tremendous appetite for gathering knowledge. Even after 4,000 years of living as a lifeless king, he's still searching for new knowledge. That is why he possesses cats, which are ubiquitous. For such a purpose, it is important to be close to the living. The most natural way to be close to them is to be a cat or a dog. But cats are the only creatures who can climb on desks and not get scolded by people. Meow. We do, though. The world is always overflowing with knowledge. Some arrogant lifeless kings feel like they know everything in just a few hundred years, but that's only because they've discovered their own limitations. As long as you keep your mind fresh, the world will always be new to you. That is immortality. Meow. This cat is giving such a profound speech, and this farm is indeed interesting. Even without your introduction, I'd have eventually noticed and visited this place. So, I don't blame you, Sensei. Besides, you lot have been awfully careless these days in terms of keeping secrets. I know you've done some pretty spectacular things in the demon and human kingdoms. Meow. Is he referring to the expo and Oribos Castle? Yeah, I'm at a loss for words on that. Don't worry, I'm not like those boorish celestial gods. I do not fancy ruining what I find fascinating. Meow. You mean you won't do any severe meddling to our farm, sir? I am an observer. I just watch in silence. Meow. The lifeless king stretches his cat body. He looks like such a gentle creature doing that. What? Are you going to drive me out? Meow. No, sir. You and Sensei seem to know each other. Please stay as long as you like. Besides, cats are cute. Just being here with us is a good deal. If such a cat is willing to live here, then all the better. We already have Pocky and friends. Let's add a cat to our roster of farm animals. Well, if there is one problem. It's a kitty cat. So cute. Yes, the earth spirits saw the cat. They, too, seemed to adore her appearance and immediately flocked around her. It's so cute. Pat, pat. I pat her back. Her head. I squash her chin. I waffle her beak, grab her tail, turn her ears inside out, boop her, poke my finger into her mouth when she yawns. They're already doing whatever they want. What typical childish attitude toward a cat. The professor, on the other hand. Oh, she ran away. The kitty cat ran away after her. Cat's natural enemy, kids. They know not how to hold back, and cats find this annoying. Meow. I hate kids. Go away. Technically, they are spirits, not children. So, even the strongest lifeless king has a weakness. As he is a cat, he is not good with children. Chapter 414, Life with a Cat. And so, a cat took up residence on our farm. Or a lifeless king, to be exact. The professor is the strongest member of the 3 wise and 1 fool and the oldest of them. At 4,000 years old, his age even surpasses Sensei's. Such a description alone would scare people into thinking he's a terrifying opponent, but in reality, he's a cat. Right now, he's napping under the sun. A dog stares at him. It's Pocky, the wolf monster, looking very melancholic. Professor? I call out to him, unable to remain silent. That haystack is Pocky's sleeping place, so if you could please not invade it. It's snug and comfy here. Good beds will always be fought over. It's the animal's natural order that the stronger prevails. Meow. Pocky looks at me with puppy eyes. A dog deprived of a bed by a cat does happen often. I'd be more than willing to make a much better bed just for you, Professor. So, please. Then tell me once you finish that new bed. If I fancy it, I'll move there. Meow. This cat, if you're going to be like that, I'm going to have to use my last resort. Hey, kids. The kitty cat is right here. Mario. I know your weakness. I hope you get tormented by these children who know nothing about restraint. And then, the earth spirits came. Kill her. Kill, kill, death to the kitty, huh? They're awfully bloodthirsty today. All I wanted was to wear him out, but they look like they're in for the kill. We noticed. Yes, we did. The kitty is spoiling the house, say the spirits while chasing after the professor. She sharpens her claws and squashes walls. She whips the shoji doors. Her fur is everywhere. She vomits here and there. We will not tolerate her dirtying the house. I see. The job I assigned to the spirits was to clean the house. They sweep and dust night and day to keep it clean. For them, cats are the vindictive enemies that dirty the house with their very existence. Just recently, they were so dazzled by the cat's cuteness that it slipped their mind. Now, they're back in their groove. Get rid of the kitty. No mercy. These spirits really have no limits when their switch is on. I remember when Arachne, an elder spirit, got swatted like a fly over and over, and the spirits justified it as pest control. This time, it's a lifeless king, a transcendent being. Do they even know what fear is? I thought this was a little too much, so I stepped in. Wait, guys. I intervened between the cat and the spirits. Please step aside, master. We won't kill her. Curiosity kills the cat. No, you're the ones about to kill him. I have to persuade these agitated spirits to pacify them by treading on thin ice. I understand what you're feeling. Yes, cats do make the house dirty and damage it. Such is the fate of pet owners. It is a problem we have to come to terms with eventually if we want to keep pets. But the earth spirits are clean freaks and see cats only from that perspective. Persuasion by appealing to their emotions will not work, and so I decided to try another approach. But cats can be useful too. What do you mean? Okay, I got their attention. Having a cat around can prove quite beneficial to us. After all, they chase rats? ? Their expressions changed. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Yes, that's white. What's a tourist for evil? They gnaw on piwars. They feast on our food, and they spread diseases. The spirits' hate for rats is showing, but I'm surprised they know their stuff. They know all sorts about pests, and cats will fend off these wats. Cats are so good. White cats, black cats, any cat that catches wats is a good cat. Their feelings toward the cat underwent a complete 180. Cats are great. They're cute, fluffy. They're tossing the cat in the air as praise. But this is exactly the kind of nuisance they can't stand. After playing with the feline in all sorts of ways, the spirits return to their work. Content. What hostile yet welcoming and busy children they are. Meow. The professor looks no different from an exhausted pet who has been played with a lot. Be warned that I'll have plenty of countermeasures for you if you behave defiantly again. As expected of a man acknowledged by sensei, you're one mean ruffian. Meow. He reluctantly leaves the haystack, and Pocky dives into it with glee. Why doesn't he do a little something on his own for a change, though? Don't you have any pride as a dog? He's a wolf monster. Meow. I know that. Well, Professor, will you be working for us as promised? What is this about? You'll be doing the working. Quickly, make a bed for me. It should be cool in summer and warm in winter, and be of a reasonable size. It should be neither too small nor too big. Meow. Don't you have something to do before that? You're getting rid of the rats in the house. Contributing to our farm in such a way is how the spirits will tolerate you. Remember? Anyone who lives on our farm does some form of work. My motto is having Vale as our only freeloader is more than enough. Honestly, even just his feline adorableness is a contribution in itself. But after what just happened, how about we catch some rats and show them you have what it takes to live here? The rats outside are fine because Pocky's team has got it covered, but there's no way we can let them indoors. We've always had trouble preventing rats from hiding under the ceiling or under our floors. If a cat is the solution to that, then great. No, thank you. Meow. Curtly refuses Professor. I am a majestic house cat. I pride myself on not working. Consider yourselves grateful that I fancy you. Meow. Is that so? Hey, earth spirits. Okay, Okay. I'll hunt down rats. I'll show you 100,000 of them, even. Meow. You should have said so from the beginning. Good grief. You leave me no choice. Meow. The professor's eyes look at our main house. Mario. He then lets out a little chant, and instantly, multiple somethings plop in front of me. Rats. And they're all dead. They're fewer than I thought. Looks like you've done some pest extermination. Meow. Come to think of it, Platy regularly sets up traps. So, I didn't have to do anything. Either way, I've done my part. Now's your turn to make me my bed. Meow. Wait. What did you do just now? Magic. He nonchalantly replies. I developed this spell about 3,000 years ago to intercept dungeon invaders. It immediately kills any life form within a range I set. It's pretty convenient. Meow. So, he killed all the rats hiding inside our house and teleported them here? I was just reminded that this isn't your run-of-the-mill cat. He has mastered magic much like Sensei, an immortal supreme king. Chapter 415, Magic Revolution. Ever since the professor officially took residence on our farm, he has been sighted everywhere. They say cats can get anywhere as long as they can poke their heads through. Although, he doesn't go near the living room, bedrooms, bath, or wherever he can get wet. When he meows while I'm cooking in the kitchen, it gets pretty noisy. Meow, 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 meow. Mario. Are you only going to act like a cat at times like these? I know what he's after, so I resignedly drop the leftover fish bones after filleting. Feel free to lick the bits of meat left on the bones. What a cheapskate. Can't you give me a piece with more meat in it? Meow. Among all these places, he frequents the students' class the most. He would sit obediently and watch Sensei as he teaches. This is hard. Sensei feels conscious about being watched by his senior. Now that's unusual. Nevertheless, he finished the class just fine. Thank you as always for your lessons, Sensei. Alright, time to help in the fields. I'm gonna do some training. Bye-bye, Kitty. You're so cute. The students had become so accustomed to his presence that they didn't even cuddle him out of excitement but only gave him a rub on the back as they passed him. After the students left the classroom, you have some strange tastes for wanting to teach students. He chides. I thought only the sage would possess such capricious behavior. Are you imitating him? Meow. Please spare me the thought. Unlike him, I know what to teach and what not to. Sensei just said something ominous so casually. Half of what I teach is for my own good. If the knowledge I have acquired through my transcendence can be of use to the world through them, then it must have been worth it for me to be in an undying body, right? That's an interesting way of putting it. Most people who become lifeless kings aren't looking for meaning in the pursuit of eternity itself. Meow. Eternity wherein nothing will change forever is just a false idea. Don't you agree? True eternity is the life and death cycle and never-ending change. I know. Meow. I, who have given up true eternity, can entrust them to spread what I've passed on to them. This is my greatest joy as an immortal king. Yep. It turned into a complicated story. I can't even join their conversation because these people are on another level. Come to think of it, meow. Looks like the professor remembers something. I think I may be able to teach the students a thing or two. It just came to mind, meow. What's that? Have you never thought about how thaumaturgy magic is so useless? Meow. Thaumaturgy is one of the magic forms in this world. Demons use alchemy. Humans use thaumaturgy. I have been thinking about it for a long time. For being one of the two main types of magic, thaumaturgy is inconvenient, complex, and too expensive. Any spell harms the natural mana. It's too inefficient. Meow. The fact that only order priests could use it was also a problem. It only serves to strengthen the privileged few. Indeed. So alchemy, convenient, efficient, and can be used by anyone. Thaumaturgy, inconvenient, inefficient, and can be used by a select few. Don't you think there's an imbalance? Meow. That's true. That's why I thought of fixing this. I want to recreate thaumaturgy magic that's not monopolized by a corrupt organization like the Order, is user-friendly, nature-friendly, and versatile. Meow. Oh. Sensei responds with enthusiasm. After the human-demon war ended, so did the era of mankind hurting each other. In that sense, There should be no problem in giving new power to the human race, huh? The humans, unable to use magic, rely only on their knowledge and experience when conquering dungeons. As a former human myself, I want to help them. Meow. Oh, so the professor was once a human. From human to immortal king, then from an immortal king to a cat. What a life he has lived. I understand. In that case, I will help you. We can make quick progress with your help. Oh, how about we invite the sage as well, so all three of us are together? Meow. Let's not. His magic is too bizarre. Thus began Sensei and the professor's project. It is an ambitious attempt to rebuild from the ground up a magic form so inefficient and useless, a fitting challenge for two lifeless kings. Section. Thou hath called, the god Hermes was summoned. He's the only celestial god who can come down to the mortal world at will, perhaps because of his position as a celestial envoy. This time, though, he was summoned by Sensei. The celestial gods created thaumaturgy. After all, we wanted to inform you out of courtesy. Meow. Thou still hast the most peculiar tastes staying in that form, Professor. I doth not mind, doth as thou wish. Surprisingly, or not so surprisingly, Hermes was indifferent to the world's alteration. Halt. But it does not mean I care not. Remember when Apollo created the three-realm pact? Oh, wasn't that during the expo? Some gods were against it. I suspect a war that divides the heavenly realm into two, one for and one against, will break out. That does sound like a serious situation. Are things doing all right? Yes, me, the lasers, and Hercules art on Apollo's side. I doth not think it will affect thee in any way. If things went south, we can always turn to Uncle Hades and Poseidon. Huh. Well, good luck with that. But just to confirm, thou art going to make magic for the good of the human race, correct? I doth not want thee to be the catalyst for their inscrutable evolution. Don't worry, we'll handle it with moderation. Meow. Even if the professor reassures so, there's still something vague and unsettling about it. Thaumaturgy's biggest problem is that it utilizes an enormous amount of natural mana to work. This has led to a depletion of the Earth's mana, which negatively impacts the world, says Sensei. We are aiming to transform it to a small-scale magic that can be invoked by humans using only their body's mana. Thine statements convince me amply, but if they use the human body as a source for thaumaturgy that depletes natural mana, wouldn't the person who used it instantly dry up? That's where our research comes in. I don't think there's anything to worry about. It looks like the human race has the largest amount of mana in the body among the three major races. Meow. Huh? Is that so? That's what makes them unique as a race. That's also how Princess Lettuce Riot got her superhuman strength in the first place. Her body's mana got activated and converted into physical strength from her life here. Their race has such a function. The fact that all of the three wise kings, such as myself, Sensei, and the sage, are from the human race has something to do with it. But most humans are not able to make the most of their innate abundant mana. As such, Sensei and the professor will stand up to put an end to such an ill-fated era. Section. They worked hard, believing that their newly developed magic would open up a new future for the human race. Why do they, who should have already transcended life as lifeless kings, still serve the human race trapped in life's cycle? Is it compassion as a transcendent? Or is it atonement for what one has given up to become a transcendent? Or perhaps both? And the result? Section. Yes, it's done. The reformed thaumaturgy is complete. Meow. Sensei and the professor shout joyfully. I had never seen him so excited. Its power is still weak and shabby at the moment, but I am sure it will keep evolving. It's a small step but also a big one. Meow. I watch them from a distance as they rejoice. Then, Hermes arrived. Oh, hello. Is there anything I can help you with? Greetings. Remember what I hath said last time? I told Uncle Hades about the immortal king's effort to recreate thaumaturgy. He agreed and pitied the human race for not being able to use magic. Hence, it seems he tweaked the world's settings so that even the human race can use alchemy. Now both demons and humans can live in harmony. What? The transcendent being's hard work all went down the drain. These gods tend to do fickle things sometimes. Chapter 416, Tonkatsu Supremacy. I want a new power. What's this all of a sudden? I was perplexed by Vale's request. Vale is a dragon, the strongest race. I might say that, with the exception of her brother, Alexander, she's the strongest of them all. Why would she seek more power now despite this fact? How ambitious can you get, seriously? Can't you direct that toward working on the farm instead? My dragon pride is at stake. I won't allow myself to be defeated again by a human female. A human female? Who are you talking about? The one who's always with that winged girl. Oh, you mean lettuce read. Winged girl. Hawker's Fun is an angel with wings on her back. So it makes perfect sense, at least for Vale, to refer to her that way. But aren't you stronger than lettuce read by a long shot? That is, until her recent crazy power-ups. Still, it's not enough to threaten a dragon's position, is it? What do you mean? I've already lost to her twice. What? When did that happen? Any more humiliation than this is unforgivable for a dragon. I'll win this time, and for that, I need more power. She says forcefully. I need a new flour dish. Ah, so, that's what she means. You mean the cook-offs? They did do that at the Farm Expo and at Oribos Castle during the winter. Lettuce Riet made bean dishes. Vale made bread and wheat noodle dishes. The food was the star attraction of both events, and they competed for the top spot. Sadly, Vale lost in both of them. It's unfair. They can throw in all kinds of things just because they're cooking with beans. I can't even tell the difference between weak and strong flour. Still, you can produce an extravagant repertoire of bread, udon, pasta, and other dishes, can't you? I don't think you're facing any particular handicap, but I need more variety in my repertoire. So, give me a new power, master. I finally get it now. Her new power means making a new flour dish that can compete with lettuce Riet and Hawker's Fun. I think I've said this before, Vale, but when did you become such a gluten freak? Oh, all right. Let's see if we can find some inspiration from udon toppings or pasta cuisine. That lacks flair. More. I want something new, something more fundamental. What an indulgent dragon you are. A wheat dish that is fundamentally different from bread, udon, or pasta. Huh. By the way, cake and any other pastry is out of the question. Most cakes, tarts, and other confectionery items contain wheat. At the time of the expo, however, the idea to sell sweets was rejected. There are too many differences between staple foods like breads, noodles, and confectioneries, and it's difficult to keep track of them. Also, I've known for some time that people of this world find our food addictive. It's not that we put anything suspicious in it, though. We didn't know what would happen if we served something as naturally addictive as sweets, so we marked it off the list. And if Vale was allowed to serve pastry, that would also allow Lettuce Riet to serve Shiryuke or sweet bean jelly. If that happens, it will be like Japanese versus Western sweets, completely changing the situation. In other words, the new menu should also be a staple food. But aren't we running out of staple wheat menus by now? There's bread, udon, and pasta. Is there anything else? Oh, wanna make ramen? A good idea right off the bat. Vale's eyes light up. Ramen is all about the noodles. Noodles are an excellent material that satisfies the requirements of both wheat and staple food. Everyone goes to a ramen restaurant, eats only ramen, and leaves. It's a unique and challenging dish to make, which is why it hasn't been available to date. Ramen. Let's make it in response to Vale's order. Section. And so, noodles, ready. We've made noodles multiple times in the past, so I omitted that part. The only difference is the addition of lye water. I have seen this in some Chinese cooking manga before. I had a hard time figuring out how to make it, but I eventually pulled through. Hey, this is just normal pasta. Disappointedly says Vale. I thought we were going to make a new dish, master. I had faith in you. Have you finally run out of brain juice? The verbosity of your cursing is intense given the chance. Yeesh. But here's where ramen is different from the rest. Ramen is not only about the noodles, it's also about the broth. That's why we're going to make the broth now. Oh, when it comes to ramen broth, there are 4 main types: miso, soy sauce, salt, tonkatsu. We're making tonkatsu broth. Ah, didn't you pause for a while after tonkatsu? You think there are other broths than tonkatsu? I don't really know, but I feel like you made an irrational argument just now. Haha, no way, you're just imagining things. Anyway, we're making that tonkatsu broth with cup noodles. You just open the sachet, pour in the powder and hot water, and voila, it's ready in 3 minutes. Making that powder from scratch is a different story altogether, though. After all, you'd need pork belly and the bones. In this world, we're using wild boar monster bones as a substitute. Fortunately, our farm has an abundant supply of square boar meat. The leftover bones are usually crushed and used as fertilizer, but I was able to procure them easily nonetheless. You just boil these bones. And for how long? Till dusk. Till dusk. We just had breakfast, you see. That long? Isn't that kind of cost ineffective? You mean we're going to prepare it before lunch if we want to have it for dinner? Are you willing to spare no effort just to beat lettuce it? I can't back down after you pull that card on me. Thus, we decided to try our hand at making otherworldly tonkatsu broth. But aren't we just boiling the bones? What's with all the vegetables and soy sauce? It's to adjust the taste. Pork bones alone would taste bland, and there's no telling how much potential the boar bones have. Let it simmer, and add ingredients accordingly later to thicken the flavor. Like so. Our little experiment continued. Section. Until it took us well into the night, well beyond our original estimate. Gah! What is this smell? It stinks, Platty complained as soon as she entered the kitchen. I knew you were cooking something again, but what is this foul smell? It is spread all over the house. That's fine. If you can smell it from afar, that's proof that the tonkatsu is good. I don't care. Look at how Junior's face turned sour from it. I'm sorry, my son. You're too young for tonkatsu at the moment, but Daddy will work hard to develop this so you can have some too when your time comes. Master, isn't this good enough already? Asks Vale as she sips the broth from a little plate. I guess it is. Now, we combine the noodles and broth in a bowl and order up. Otherworldly tonkatsu ramen. Chapter 417, Gonkatsu ramen. We all tasted the plain ramen. There's no extra garnishing since it's still a sample product. Besides, we don't have chashu, mema, nitotamago, bean sprouts, and other ingredients that are used as ramen garnishes. I think this will be a good opportunity to procure them soon. For now, I'll sprinkle some chopped green onions. Bon appetit. Vale, Platty, and I tried it at once. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Yum! Exclaims Vale first. This is good, Master. At first, I thought it was just imitation udon, but the taste is unique. Especially the broth. It was a great success. I prefer it plain like udon, says Platty as she makes many ramen on her spoon. Must women always make many ramen on their spoons? Though I think some people will love. Junior, you can't have this yet, baby. Just drink mommy's milk. We managed to calm Junior down before he could get his hands on the ramen. Anyway, the ramen is a hit. Now, I have a new trump card against that bean girl. But to let down my guard from this is a foolish act. I will further modify this ramen creation to create my own ultimate ramen. Then I'll never be beaten by that bean girl and Winger ever again. But they say more than enough is too much. I just had an idea while we were boiling the wild boar bones. I'm gonna do that right now. Where are you going? Vale drinks up every drop of soup and dashes out of the room. I can't just leave her after what she said, so I go after Vale. Ramen's tasty. Platty and Junior were left behind. Wash the bowls for us, okay? Section. Vale and I arrived at Bacchus Brewery, where all sorts of sake are being produced. Why here, Vale? What does sake have to do with ramen? Ignoring my question, Vale pushes her way through the brewery and ends up at the far end. There, she kicks one of the bottles. Wakey wakey, you. What is it? A voice came from inside the bottle, and it was large, probably the largest among all the sake's bottles lined up here. It looks as if it can hold a number of people. Inside it, floating in a liquid that appears to be sake, is a lizard. No, a dragon. What's going on? I remembered. This is Sada, a grinsel dragon. She's the dragon that came to visit our farm some time ago. Oh, my. If it isn't Sis Vale, how come I haven't seen you for so long? Well, I had forgotten all about you. But I remember now, almost all dragons in existence are her siblings. So, that makes Seda and Vale sisters. Why she's submerged in sake is a mystery, though. I've got a finely aged sake today. My dragon extract makes it taste sublime. Even with her explaining things, it's all gibberish to me. In short, it's similar to Habu's sake. Nope. I still can't wrap my head around it. But please don't disturb me. Wake me up only when father's successor has been selected. Father has been defeated long ago. Ardheg is the new Giza dragon. What? The Sake dragon is startled out of her wits. When did that happen? Why didn't anyone tell me? Forget about that and get out of the bottle. I have a new job for you. Vale drags her sister out of the bottle with the high-handed attitude typical of a dragon. She then leads her out of the brewery. The only thing that remains is a huge sake bottle that contains nothing but genuine alcohol. It was soaked with the female dragon's extract until moments ago. No way. I think I know what Vale is trying to do. Section. Ooh. This is a nice hot bath. My hunch is right on target. It's a bad hunch, though. The dragon, Seda, just out of her sake bottle, is now being boiled in a massive pot. Just why? Vale must have gotten the idea from the tonkatsu broth. She plans to make dragon broth for the ramen. Dragons stand at the top of all living things. Hence, this broth should taste the most delicious. With this, I can definitely beat that bean and feather tandem. You come up with the craziest ideas sometimes, sister. Seda. Right? As she is being boiled, she transforms from dragon form to human form inside the pot, fit enough to hold one adult human. From there, she was placed over a direct flame, almost in the style of a drum bath. However, the water surface is bubbling from the boiling, making it look like a hell bath if anything. The water is so nice. The sake was lukewarm, so this temperature is a nice change. Even temperatures that would be too dangerous to be shown in boiling bath commercials are no different than tepid water for dragons. This is supposed to be a bathing scene of Seda in her voluptuous and alluring human form. But why is it that I feel no sense of obscenity? Time to season it with some onions and spring onions. Oh, this must be one of those bath salts. I hear they're good for the skin. Hearing their out-of-sync exchanges, I leave them alone, thinking that these dragons won't stop even if I tell them to. Back at the house, I served the residents who had gathered there for ramen with the tonkatsu broth made from wild boar. It's a customary event when I make a new dish. After all, after the tonkatsu ramen had been consumed sumptuously, I went to see how things were going for Vale. Section. It's done, master. In the bowl Vale presented our noodles floating in a glistening broth. This is the ultimate dragon ramen. No, it's a dragon version of tonkatsu ramen, so we'll just call it gonkatsu ramen for short. Okay, calm down. I'm honored to be of service to you, sister. Seda looks like she just had a nice hot bath. She went from having a sake bottle as her dwelling to a pot. Have a taste of me and Seda's ramen, master. No, thank you. What? Hear me out, okay? We made dragon sake before. And do you remember what Bacchus said to me when I tasted it? The dragon extract is so potent that drinking it in excess will make you immortal. I can easily imagine a dragon broth being similar. It's too risky for me to eat it. When I pointed this out, Vale puts down the gonkatsu ramen and collapses to her knees. I also thought of that earlier. Then stop as soon as you realize that. Why did you keep pushing the idea till the end? In the end, only Vale let up the gonkatsu ramen. Chapter 418, The New Emperor's Growth Part 4, Completion of the Dragon Emperor Castle. My name is Ardheg, the new Dragon Emperor. It's been a few months since I took over the title of Giza Dragon. As to how I've been spending my time. Section. It's still not good enough. Along with my father's merciless chides, I myself became aware of my repetitive failures. You see, I've yet to fulfill my first task as the Giza Dragon, and that is to build the Dragon Emperor's castle. As a matter of convenience, the Giza Dragon, who stands at the top of the dragon world, is allowed to have an overwhelming advantage over others. Creating the Dragon Emperor's castle is one such example. Dragons usually have dungeons as their home, but the Giza Dragon creates their own. The powerful mana it emits is materialized and turned into a dungeon. Although innately a powerful being, Only the Giza dragon is permitted to create a castle dungeon, the Dragon Emperor's castle. When my father was in power, he built a large and magnificent castle of his own. Since I have inherited the imperial throne, I must follow in my predecessor's footsteps and set out to build the Dragon Emperor's castle. Alas, even after several months have passed, it is far from completion. Well, it's looking much better compared to the first one, at least, says my father, the previous Giza dragon. The fact that my father, who was so arrogant and insolent, is acting considerate toward me is almost hard to believe. Then again, it's still pretty small. There, temporary Dragon Emperor's castle erected in front of me, materialized by my mana, is painfully tiny. However, I also think it has a decent scale now compared to my first attempt. Just as father said, if we base it on human standards, I'd say it's about the size of what one commoner would live in. A shed. Such is the vibe the Dragon Emperor's castle gives. You still lack imagination. You have enough mana, but if you don't have clear image of how you want to materialize that, it won't work out. I guess my ability to visualize is pretty bad. My imagination can only realize a shed at best. When it comes to a huge castle, I don't know how to visualize the finer details. Is that why I'm not succeeding? This is the result of all my hard work over the past few months. The first castle I created was a crude shack that was not even close to this. If we compare the two, you can say I've made some progress. However, the fact that it's not up to the required standard is the same now as it was then. It's just not enough. Do I not have a Dragon Emperor's talent after all? Oh, if he's depressed in spirits again. Keep at it. Persevere until the limits of your power. Father encourages me as I crumble into my own inadequacy. It has been the same cycle as of late. What a pathetic emperor you are, says another person with us. Or another dragon? Anyway, it's my sister, Bloody Mary. Your incompetence is why the dungeon has taken you so much time and effort to build. It's humiliating that such a useless dragon is our representative. Sis Mary was originally the second most powerful dragon and was the most aggressive in her pursuit of becoming the next Giza dragon. That's why she can't tolerate a small fry like me to be crowned the emperor. Even now, she comes here to make snarky comments. This is why I don't want a weakling as the Giza dragon. You're lucky. Then again, those who got crowned out of luck don't go far in terms of strength. My sister's right. I was just lucky enough to become the Giza dragon. It was only with my friends' help that I was able to defeat father, brother Alexander and Sis Vale, who are much more powerful, refused the title on their own accord, leaving me to take over as the successor. Then again, it's not as if I wasn't forced into it either. I'm not worthy to be the Giza dragon after all. Ah, not again. Further sighs as he watches me bawling. How many times have I told you Ardheg can be sensitive, Mary? The tsndir concept is still alien in the dragon world. What's a tsndir? That's what the saint told me when I went to his farm previously. He said your behavior is much like a tsndir's. Okay, but what's a tsndir? I'm here on my knees, devastated. Yet the two of them are arguing about what's a tsndir and don't seem to care about me at all. I wasn't worth anyone's attention. To begin with, anyway. Fine. I'll just go down in history as the weakest Giza dragon of Ugh. This is getting old. Go on, comfort him. Mary, why me? You made him cry. So it's only right that you should take responsibility. And besides, if you treat him nicely now, you'll get a big boost in him liking you. Why you think so? I don't feel like doing anything anymore. Maybe I should stop acting like a Giza dragon and go back to being a regular dragon. Hey, do you have a moment? What is it, Sis Mary? I feel tormented right now. If you're going to verbally abuse me, please do it another time. Stop sulking. You're doing great as the Giza dragon. This again? You're going to flatter me with sweet words, and then you drag me down. I'm not falling for it a second time. He got even worse. So what if you can't build the Dragon Emperor castle? You're just a little clumsy, that's all. Of all the generations of Giza dragons, it's not that big of a deal if at least one doesn't have a place to live. I'm not so sure about that, interrupts father. Witty of him to insert a comment. After all, he's the previous Giza dragon. If you really want a place to live, Why not come to my dungeon, huh? Black Widow's Mountain is one of the best in the world in terms of size and interior luxury. It's almost as good as a Giza dragon's castle. What is she talking about? All dragons obey the Giza dragon. If you want, it's all yours. And then, we can live together. And then our love nest. He ha he. If you're going to use sophistry, at least see through it till the end. Don't just go all delusional on us. As Sis Mary and Father argue about something, a visitor arrives. It's Prince Rauana of the mermaid race. Lord Ardheg. It's been a while. Lord Rauana, Prince Rauana and I are best friends. We are warriors who stood up to and defeated Father during our journey together. Even after I succeeded the dragon throne, he still visits me from time to time like so. We transform into our human forms accordingly and give each other a tight embrace. TSK. Why are you jealous of your husband's friends too? Sis Mary and Father follow suit and transform into their human forms. But this is a problem. Prince Rauana came all the way here to see me. But the castle isn't even complete yet. All because I have a poor imagination. I see. You can't materialize the image of your palace because you lack imagination? Pardon? How about you use our palace as a reference? You remember it well, don't you, since you've gone there several times? As I was told. I tried to materialize the Dragon Emperor's castle, remembering the palace Prince Rauana lives in, and it's done. The design has a bit of a mermaid flair to it, but it's a huge structure that can be considered a castle. Wow. With just one piece of advice from you, Lord Rauana, the Dragon Emperor's castle is complete. Not at all. That was all you and your dragon art and power, Lord Ardheg. As expected of the mermaid race's future king. What simple yet precise advice. But why is Sis Mary reproachfully glaring at the prince? Chapter 419, The New Emperor's Growth Part 5, Ramen Invasion. I'm Ardheg. Prince Rauana is my best friend. I am a dragon, and he is a mermaid, but our differences in race cannot sever the bond we have forged from traveling and experiencing hardships together. Above all, Prince Rauana is a great man. When I was a mere Glint's dragon, the test given to me in the Giza dragon succession struggle was to find a champion who is not a hero or a hero who is not a champion. For this reason, I set my eyes on the prince, who turned out to be both a hero and a champion. Despite being a human being, he fought alongside me to defeat Father. It was truly a heroic act. And since he is of mermaid royalty, he would later ascend to the throne and become king of his own people. I am truly honored to have become friends with him. Some dragons look down on humans as an inferior race, but I'm different. Or at least, that's what I'd like to think. Sis Mary? My sister won't stop glaring at Prince Rauana. But why? Our life together, our love nest. All because of some lowly merman's advice. It's rude to silently bite your nails and stare daggers at a guest. Sister, please stop it. You're being disrespectful to the prince. No, perhaps I have done something impolite. I apologize. I'm unfamiliar with dragon etiquette. While the prince and I are perplexed, Father, watching from the sides in his human form. We won't get anywhere with two blockheads present here. He said something incomprehensible. Anyway, Sis Mary and Father, I transformed from dragon to human form to accommodate our guests. Since the prince is here and the castle is complete, I'd say welcoming him inside and inviting him to a feast is the right thing to do. But I'm here. Another character barges in, crowding the place even more. Who in the world has come? It's Sis Vale, a grizzled dragon who has taken up residence on Lord Saint's farm. Why is she here? Eek. Vale? Sis Mary hid behind me as soon as she saw Sis Vale. She got beaten up by Sis Vale in their showdown. After all, that memory probably haunts her till today. Here again without any prior notice? What is it this time? Excuse me? And what can you say about yourself? No dragon makes an appointment to visit someone. That's our freedom as dragons. Right. I'm sorry, Prince Rauana. Etiquette just isn't part of a dragon's vocabulary. So, why did you come here, Sis Vale? The reason I'm curious about my sister's sudden visit is that mysterious object with her. What is that? A hut? It's a hut just large enough to accommodate one human, but it's not just any hut. It is equipped with wheels on both sides. Sis Vale, who had transformed into a human being to get here, is literally pulling it. Well, with her magic, pulling it even across the sea is easy. Curious, aren't we? This is a food cart. A food cart? Sis Vale proudly flaunts her food cart. If you are going to serve ramen outside, this stall is a must-have item, says Master. This is Chef Vale's ramen stall. What's ramen? We won't get it if you try to explain an unknown word by using more unfamiliar terms. However, if the saint is behind this strange vehicle, I can somewhat comprehend things. Why? He does things none of us have ever fathomed. I suppose it's understandable if Lord Saint is involved. See, even Prince Rauana, who has known Lord Saint much longer than I have, thinks the same thing. Oh well, but what is this ramen you mentioned? And what are you really doing here, Sis Vale? Man, you're such a slow guy. I dragged my stall all the way here to serve you ramen. But we don't even know what ramen is. You're missing out on a lot if you don't know what ramen is. No matter, to see is to believe. I'll show you the real thing right now. Just wait and see. With that, Sis Vale goes behind her stall. The stall is covered with a cloth, making it difficult to see what's inside. Is she perhaps cooking? We've got orders for 3 ramen bowls. Roger. Is someone else with her inside? Not long after. 3 ramen bowls, ready. A bowl is placed before me, Sis Mary, and Father. I have never seen a dish like this before. But there is a large amount of something long and slender swimming in broth. Seriously, what is this? Is this what she calls ramen? Ramen is the supreme dish Master taught me how to make. Eat with reverence. Well, if Lord Saint is involved in its making, then I'm not worried. The 3 of us lift our bowls gingerly and warily look at its contents. Lord Saint's cooking never disappoints. This is a good opportunity. Lady Vale, please let me have a bowl too. Prince Rauana also shows interest in the ramen. No, you can't have it. Or I didn't expect Sis Vale to be such a bully. No, that's not it. I made my own twist on Master's recipe. But I went a little too far in my quest for the ultimate ramen. That sounds a lot like something she'd do. If a human eats this, they will either go insane and become immortal or explode and die. What? That's why only fellow dragons can have this ramen bowl. Hence, I came here. I see, but it's going to be okay, right? Although I remained slightly uneasy, I had no choice but to try my sister's special ramen. Besides, wasting food is bad. It's good. These long and slender noodles. They're delicious and chewy with each bite. A dragon, cooking? But wait. I wonder if Ardheg likes a woman who can cook? Aha. It is indeed dense in dragon aura. Humans would be in serious trouble if they consumed this. Sis Mary and further relish their food. Ah, that was delicious. All of us managed to finish our bowl. The broth is rich in dragon aura. That must be the secret of its deliciousness. But how on earth did you accomplish this? You really know your stuff, Father. Allow me to tell you the secret behind Chef Vale's special ramen. Bam. The stall's short curtain is rolled up to reveal the inside. Inside it is a naked woman in a very large pot. The pot is full of other ingredients boiling in the water. Greetings, everyone. My name is Seda, a grinsel dragon. Seda's extract is what makes my broth unique. Hearing this, the 3 of us gag on our food. Chapter 420, The New Emperor's Growth Part 6, A Bigger Family. How could you give us this? I shout on behalf of all of us. My sister Vale served us an unbelievable dish. The broth was made by boiling a dragon for a long time in a pot, and that extract was the secret ingredient. What nonsense. Cough, cough. Bleg. Even Sis Mary is throwing up, and Father's face is turning paler and paler. To think I'd be drinking my own daughter's bath water. Sis Vale is a force not to be reckoned with if she can make Father, the previous geezer dragon, flinch. But she's not the only perpetrator. I'm so glad you enjoyed how I tasted, says the other Grinsel dragon, waving her hand from inside the large pot. I think her name is Seda. She's probably in the lower ranks since her name doesn't ring a bell. She's a small, insignificant dragon in Father and Sis Mary's eyes, but the likes of her can overwhelm a powerful dragon in unexpected ways. So this is how the weak fight. How fearsome. I don't think that's the point here. The dragoness behind the ramen's exquisite taste comes out of the pot. She was naked and soaking wet from being boiled in there, but being a dragon, Seda managed to dry her body and clothe herself by materializing mana. Her human form is of a mature and alluring lady, no less graceful or bewitching than Sis Mary. You must be Lord Ardheg, the new Giza dragon. It's nice to meet you. You are. Yeah. For someone who had such an insane entrance, her greeting was surprisingly polite. A dragon with etiquette in her dictionary. I, Seda, a Grinsel dragon, offer my heartfelt congratulations on your enthronement as Giza dragon. I pledge my absolute loyalty and eternal support to you, she says, falling to one knee like how human retainers would do. I had never had anyone do this to me before. Other dragons were complaining that I had become the Giza dragon and kept trying to pick a fight with me. All of them were unreserved and belligerent. Compared to them, Seda is gentle-mannered. This is the first time I'm being respected as the Giza dragon. Thank you. Expressing your kind regards made me feel like a Giza dragon for the first time. What a nice dragon. If only the way she made her entrance wasn't so unorthodox. What generous words. So, is it safe to assume I'm your ally? Of course, if that's what you so desire. Then you will not take away my power and wisdom, huh? You won't turn me into a lesser dragon, right? Please say so. I need assurances that my life will be safe and secure. And then, she clings to me. What is going on? Seda was scared out of her wits when she heard father was taking away everyone's power. She even hid in a sake bottle until things calmed down. Ha ha ha, right, I did do that, huh? Duh. Sis Vale and further look at me tenderly. Don't be so calm, help me stop her. Seda is persistently pressing her body against mine. You won't repeat father's tyranny, won't you? You'll let me live? It seems she's worried I might threaten other dragons like Further did. A dragon deprived of its magic and wisdom by the Giza dragon becomes a lesser dragon. Seda hates the idea of becoming one more than anything else. That's why she's doing her best to butter up to me. If you guarantee my safety, I will serve you for the rest of my life. A new Giza dragon. I beg you to make me your first servant. Your wish is my absolute command. Her total submission is all for the sake of self-protection. Huh? That safety-first mentality is astounding. I'm impressed. Even Lord Ardheg is my master. I will follow you all my life. You are the most important person to me. Someone places a hand on Seda's shoulder. As she turns around in response, a body blow pierces through her. Gwa! She groans, writhing around. Then, Sis Mary shakes off the fist as if it were filthy from punching Seda. I heard there was a shameless adulterer among our race. Is it perhaps her? But weren't you with us the entire time? And why did you hit Seda? Remember? Dragons are proud creatures. Dragonesses trying to flatter someone is beyond absurd. What's the point in living if you've lost your pride? Phew. I've been trying so hard to survive, but that actually put me in danger. On the contrary. True. Sis Mary, the number 2 dragon, would surely be able to kill Seda. But why is she dead set on killing someone? I know this. It's what Master called a soap opera. Mary's jealousy flared up. Seda must be an airhead to have made such a choice of words. Sis Vale and further remain as know-it-all spectators. Ardheg. Eek. What is it this time, sis? You're scaring me. Don't let it get to your head just because you're being fawned over by this wimpy dragoness. You're just half a man, 100 years too early to get carried away from flattery. Why yes, I must be more focused. That's the spirit. Only when I judge that you've done well will I praise you, and only then will you rejoice. Don't be swayed by any other woman's sweet talk. I understand. From now on, I will not be elated to receive compliments from anyone. Just me. Alright? Sis Mary is teaching me how to be a stoic ruler, not swayed by every incoming noise. What a lucky man I am. I still want to try this ramen. Oh, okay. I'll make one for you with regular tonkatsu broth. Sis Vale and Prince Arauana are completely ignoring us and doing whatever they want. I guess they realize they couldn't handle any of this longer. Meanwhile, Mary and Seda are competing with each other for some reason. That's not fair. You're strong from the start, Sis Mary, so you don't need to flatter Lord Ardheg. Please don't interfere with my survival tactics. Don't be silly. When did I ever flatter Ardheg? As one of the strongest dragons, I'm here to guide him. Then please stay out of this. Don't sabotage my flirtatious survival strategy. That attitude of yours is unbecoming of a dragon. If you're going to curry favor with someone, why don't you do that to me too? Aren't I way stronger than you? You don't understand. In times like this, it is better to concentrate on the strongest one only. I don't know what's going on anymore. Oh, this is ramen. Lord Saint's dishes always deliver. Hey, Vale. I'd also like another bowl, but only with a normal broth. What? I still have a lot of Sada's broth left, so I want those who can consume it to finish it. You eat that one instead, father. Section. And so I've decided to stay here, too. Something was decided. I found Lord Ardheg to be a kind man, so I'm definitely safer if I'm by his side. It's clear he's different from our cruel and inhumane father. Ha ha ha. I'm right here, you know. Sada doesn't realize that the child here is the previous geezer dragon. This is great because there's only going to be more dragon wine and gonkatsu ramen that can't be consumed back at the farm. Ardheg, take care of the rest, will you? You just keep pushing troublesome people and work on me. Thus, my Dragon Emperor Castle acquires a new member. What? I can't have such an openly flirtatious person living with us when I haven't even done it myself yet. I wonder when is Sis Mary going back to her dungeon? Chapter 421, Those Who Long to Be Wed. Yep, it's me. Let's quickly put into action the goal we have set for this year. What? It's too late for that? Don't be so harsh. I have a lot of things to do, too, and I have to do them chronologically. Anyway, here is this year's goal: get Prince Rauana and Puffer married. Many couples have found their match here that we're almost like a matchmaking farm. Among them, Prince Rauana and Puffer were one of the earliest couples. Prince Rauana, who is promised to become the future Mermaid King. Puffer, one of the 6 witches, a heretic of the mermaid realm. Regime and heresy, order and chaos, leader and outlaw. They seem to be polar opposites, but somehow, they hit it off and came to like one another. Then again, it was love at first sight for Puffer. Their relationship was strengthened after going on a pilgrimage. Their feelings became mutual, and they seemed like they were just a few steps away from getting married. Unfortunately, reality wasn't as forgiving as that. Their limbo state has been going on since last year. Clearly, something must be done about this. So, we gathered the related parties and discussed a strategy. This isn't unnecessary meddling, mind you. For the living, the cycle of procreation and upbringing of offspring is a mission that must be prioritized above all else. The fact that this is a different world where civilization's aid is still inadequate and harsh increases its importance. Moreover, marriage is also important as a preliminary step. We must work together as one. Thus, all concerned people gathered at my house to discuss. Today's agenda is, why can't Prince Rauana and Puffer get married? Done. Let's hear what the people in question have to say first. Prince Rauana and Puffer, I want to get married. I want to get married. Puffer is already bawling her eyes out on the desk. She must want to marry Prince Rauana very much, and yet, she can't get married. Why is that? First, I cannot thank you enough for gathering here and offering your support. A sincere prince. It was this personality of his that made him well liked by everyone and a suitable candidate to be the next king. I am sorry you have to use your precious time for our sake. As much as I would like to turn down your offer, lately, yes, this place has given me plenty of opportunities to make friends and have idle chats. Usually, it's just me, Lord Saint, and the Demon King. But then, both Lord Saint and the Demon King became fathers, and then, all that they ever talk about now is their children. Yes, sorry about that. Fathers get very excited talking about how cute their children are and the hardships they face in caring for them. But I, a bachelor, can't join in the conversation. Every time I'm left alone to my thoughts, I want to get married too and have children. Sorry, Prince, it's as he said. Lately, more than 90% of my chats with the Demon King have been about our kids. I mean, his kids are a little older than juniors, so hearing about his experiences is a huge help, okay? But in turn, that has also made Prince Rauana feel alienated. I'm so sorry, but if that's the case, Prince Rauana is just as eager to get married as Puffer. Why can't they get married even if they both want it so badly? Let us inspect that first. The floor is all yours, Hendra. Certainly. Our first speaker is Hendra, the controversialist merman and a loyal friend of Prince Rauana. He usually lives in the Mermaid Kingdom and knows more about his nation than those of us who live on land. That is why I invited him to attend this meeting. Prince Rauana's position means that he must be aware of the national sentiment when it comes to his every move. He's a public figure who cannot decide his life by his own will. In contrast, his fiancée, Puffer, is one of the 6 most feared witches. If she were to marry the prince, there'd naturally be obstacles in the way. If the prince is the future king, his wife becomes the future queen. If a witch becomes queen, most people think their country will crumble. I thought he might be afraid to get married for fear of such an adverse wind, but I don't think so. Here's a calm analytical report from Hendra. The 6 witches may have a side as outlaws, but they also have a respected side as the best potion compounders in the Mermaid Kingdom. If one of them has a passionate love affair with the prince, many people will be there to give their blessings. I see. But not all of them, right? Won't there be a faction adhering to the old regime that's against outlaws? There is, yes. Wait, no. Was. Huh? Just to add, the recent purge has resulted in the arrest of all the rebels. Another wrong move could result in their immediate end. I doubt they have the guts to find fault with the prince's marriage. Even more so since the purge was triggered by the marriage proposal of the princess, Platy. As such, I don't think there is any cause for concern about their marriage. In terms of public sentiment, with all due respect, I, too, am very much in favor. Good one on the closing remarks there, Hendra. May I say something as well? Asks Lampai. Hand raised. Like Puffer, she is one of the 6 witches and is the witch of Hellfire. Does she have any good ideas? Let's also discuss my marriage with Hendra. Oh, for crying out loud. It was just a request. Lampai is in a relationship with Hendra, you see. This opportunity is meant for me and my hun. Don't just butt in with your own desires. Puffer's so furious she grabbed Lampai by the collar. We also want to make things official soon. Please support us, too. You guys can get married on your own if you want. That won't happen in our case. So we're asking for help from everyone. She's right. Prince Rauana and Puffer want to marry each other so badly, but the fact that they can't is a sign that there are external obstacles. But that is not the national sentiment of the Mermaid Kingdom. Hendra's statement earlier proved so. So, what else is there? It's obvious. This is when Platy finally spoke up. She had been with us the entire time but had remained silent with Junior. It's Mom who's sabotaging this couple's marriage more than anyone or anything else. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, yeah, isn't it obvious? Definitely that. Oh, yeah, exactly. The last person to let out a peeved cry was none other than Puffer herself. Mermaid Queen Maikan, wife of His Majesty Negus and mother to Prince Rauana and Platy. She is against the marriage of her eldest son. Right? Mom just isn't ready to let go of her child. She feels Puffer is taking a Rauana away. She knows she has to approve their marriage eventually, but she's been trying to drag it on for as long as she can. As a result, no progress has been made to date. I understand the Queen's feelings as a mother, but it would indeed be a pity for the couple if this goes on any longer. Something must be done to break out of this deadlock. The heart of the matter is Mum. If we manage to convince her, the two can get married. Platy continues, and I have just the idea. Chapter 422, One's Devoted Wife. Mermaid Queen Mai, wife of His Majesty Negus and mother to Prince Rauana and Platy. Despite her esteemed status, she has a vigorous mind and body, an elegant and ladylike demeanor, and is independent and strong. Queen Mai is most concerned about Puffer and Prince Rauana's marriage, which is the current issue. Since ancient times, in-law conflict has been an integral part of marriages, and this couple's case is no exception. In short, they can't get married unless Queen Mai gives them permission. Since most of the other obstacles have been eliminated, this is the last hurdle. The Queen is the final boss, so to speak. Because of her, the marriage has been delayed for almost a year. We've got to do something about it. So, we decided to help. Welcome, Mum. Queen Mai and King Negus have come to our farm for the first time. It would have been nice if they could come sooner, though. Well, that's just how a king and queen's life is. We can't leave our nation on a whim. especially when our destination is on land. Ahem, ahem. They already drank the humanizing potion to change their lower bodies into 2 human legs. This is a procedure that allows mermaids to operate on land, just like with Platy and the other mermaids with us. I always wondered what kind of a fun place this would be since Rauana comes here almost every day. It's as lovely as I imagined, says Queen Mai as she looks around. She seems impressed by the rural landscape that spreads all over the place. As someone who has poured their heart and soul into developing this land, I'm glad she's pleased with the scenery. King Negus looks excited, too. I wish you could have invited me sooner if I had known this place was marvelous. Considering the situation, it still would have been difficult for us to visit. But we've put all the rebels in jail or stripped them of their positions, right? No one can complain anymore, says Platy. Anyway, Mum, I asked you to come here today for a special favor. Oh? How unusual of you to do that, my dear. What is it? They started engaging in a mother and daughter conversation. You've always been able to do everything on your own, so you rarely had to beg for favors. It was a blessing in a way that you didn't need much caring for, but as your mother, that also made me lonely. Forget about that, Mum. What I wanted to ask from you is, Judan, please approve of Rauana and Puffer's marriage. Crap. Queen Mai's expression changed from cheerful to cold in an instant. I was wondering why you had invited me to come here on land. Shouldn't it be fine by now? My dumb brother and my Yankee sister-in-law's marriage is already a done deal. All they need is your consent to get married, and that's that. Watching them suffer being stuck in limbo for so long has become monotonous for me. So why don't you let them move on to the next step? I can't do that. Queen Mai remains obstinate, as I expected. Their marriage is different from the common people. Rauana is the future king. He will have to take over everything in the Mermaid Kingdom after Darling. Shouldering such a responsibility means his wife needs to be prepared for that. I can't allow her to get married before she is ready. But is that what you really think? I just don't want my precious son to be taken away by another woman. I knew it. The reason for stopping their marriage was more sentimental than expected. Everyone had already sensed that, though. We understand how she feels as a parent. And that's why we didn't dare interfere. But it's about time this stops. I have a secret plan to get you to open up, Mum. Oh, my, Platy. You're up to something, after all. As I expected from her mother, the Queen knows what Platy is thinking, and she dares to take her up on the challenge. I want you to eat this. Come on, Puffer. If you would be so kind. Here comes Puffer, the fiancé in question, shaking like a puppy. She offers a plateful of something. Vegetables, cucumbers, eggplants, radishes, carrots, etc., were cut into small bite-sized pieces. You'll know what I mean when you eat this. How well Puffer deserves to be Rauana's wife. I agree, being a good cook is the first requirement for a good wife. Are you saying you prepared this? That is indeed correct, Your Majesty. Puffer is so scared that her character has completely changed. She has bitter memories of being beaten to a pulp in a fight before, so I guess her mother-in-law is now like her natural enemy. I understand what you mean, but do you think you can change my mind with just this? These are just chopped vegetables. I doubt this qualifies as cooking. Just try it, you'll know afterward. The Queen's daughter pushes her into tasting plain cut vegetables. Ahem, ahem. Meanwhile, King Negus is amusing himself by sumo wrestling with our orcs and goblins. Oh? The Queen's eyes widen as soon as she tastes the vegetables. These are not just any chopped vegetables. Their texture and taste are totally different from those of raw vegetables. See, these vegetables were pickled by Puffer with all her heart and soul. Yes. The vegetables that Queen Mai had weren't just any vegetable, they were pickled to perfection. Puffer is in charge of the fermentation department on our farm. Of all the fermented foods, pickles are the one she does best. It's my brother's favorite food, after all. Pickled vegetables are made in brine and fermented rice bran. The bran bed can rot if left alone for too long, which is why it must be stirred at regular intervals. In some cases, this must be done every day. Because of the difficulty of maintaining such a bed, people relate having a good bran bed to being a good wife. Her pickles are first class, She uses her knowledge of witchcraft to make the best bedding and stirs it daily to keep it fresh. Even when she was accompanying Arawana on his pilgrimage, she'd come back here and stir it once every day. The perseverance not to disrupt that routine also that her future husband, Prince Arawana, can enjoy the delicious pickles. It's the taste of these pickles that proves Puffer will make a good wife. Huh? Wait, I know it. I've seen this before. It's from a cooking manga I used to read in my world. The problematic antagonist turns over a new leaf from the food's divine taste. No matter how twisted and demonic the character may be, once they are served a dish paired with some dialogue from the protagonist, their personality makes a complete 180. They turn into an angelic person and reconcile with the main character as if the conflict had never existed in the first place. I didn't expect Platy to use such a method. Her ingenuity is stupefying. It is as you say. A woman who can cook such a wonderful meal would make a great wife. Oh? Is Queen Mai convinced? But this is still not enough. Ah, drats. It's not as easy as cooking mangas make it seem. It's impossible to change someone's mind with just one dish. I agree that Puffer, who can make such delicious pickles, would make a good wife. Arawana must be a very lucky man to be married to her. Then why? Don't forget, Arawana will become Mermaid King. His wife can't be just anyone, either. As Mermaid Queen, she must take on a more important role. The weight of responsibility imposed on a mere married woman and a queen is different. No one dared to object to this fact. Hence, I will put you through a final ordeal. If you pass, I will fully approve of your marriage. A woman doesn't go back on her words. Oh, if Puffer clears the queen's task, she and Prince Rawana can get married. Now, what does this final ordeal entail? Let's see. You've proven your qualifications to be a good wife by pickling. Show me that you're more than capable of being a queen as well. Queen Mai declares in high spirits, go and make the queen's special pickles. Once I've deemed it acceptable, I will accept that you are fit to be the next queen. Chapter 423, Distressed Puffer. Platy's strategy was regrettably not enough to surmount the situation. And I thought this would work. She looks frustrated, but I'd say she did well for trying hard till the end. After all, the queen declared that she'd permit the wedding if her last ordeal was cleared. Being the current queen, Mrs. Mai wouldn't do something as foul as to take back her words, nor does she want her children to hate her for it. So, this is the final stage. Clear this issue and be official husband and wife once and for all. Arawana and Puffer. Or so I thought. Section. Ugh. Groans Puffer. Queen Mai told her that if she cleared her last trial, she could get married. Thus, she bravely set to work on it, but she seems to have hit a dead end. Things aren't going as smoothly as she had hoped, and can't help but groan in frustration. How in the world are pickles made exclusively for a queen? A queen's special pickles. This is the final challenge Queen Mai gave. She asked Puffer to prove she was worthy of marrying Prince Arawana and becoming queen by making pickles. But is it just me or the queen's request is absurd? What even is a queen's special pickles supposed to mean? It's not like queens and princesses make pickles by themselves. It's one of the less likely dishes served to royalty and nobility, so to speak. Making them as per the ordeal stumped Puffer. I don't get it. How do I make pickles royalty-like? She can't even come up with ideas. She's just writhing in agony. Prince Rawana, on the other hand, is watching his fiancée's pitiful behavior from a distance. I'm sorry you have to go through all this trouble to marry me, Puffer. He tears up while blaming himself. Where was he when we were confronting Queen Mai earlier? Well, if your fiancé and mother-in-law are at odds, I guess you wouldn't want to be either one's enemy. Rest assured, Puffer, I'll go through the ordeal with you. If we work together as future husband and wife, I'm sure we can overcome it, just as we once did when we defeated the Geyser Dragon. Oh, thank you, hun. So, tell me, what kind of pickles suit a queen? I have no idea. Then stay out of this. She treated Prince Rawana like a useless husband even before they got married. Well, he is unreliable in this situation. Poor guy. Queen pickles. I don't see the connection at all. How can they be queen-like? Do we use high-quality pickle ingredients? That would be the most direct way to go about it. Just the fact that it's a high-class article makes it feel regal. Wait, no. Simply creating a sense of luxury is, at best, a rich person's pickles. It doesn't express royalty, let alone a queen. I feel like there are other problems, though. Anyway, just making it a luxury dish doesn't make it the queen's pickles. It will not satisfy Queen Mai. I know, I see it now. Mother-in-law is trying to tell me what a queen is all about through this ordeal. You're already calling her your mother-in-law? She's trying to prepare me to support Hannah's queen after we're married. She expects I'll be a good queen who supports her husband from the ground up. I wonder about that. I can't help but feel that the only intention is to harass the young woman taking her son away, but I can't bear to make Puffer fret about that. I should give her a helping hand. Don't worry, Puffer. I've called in help. Huh? Help the demon queens. Mrs. Zastas and Mrs. Glazier rushed here at my request. Oh? The demon queens? Puffer's eyes light up. A demon queen is the wife of the demon king. The queen of the demon kingdom. I see how it is. She caught on fast. Yes, the two of them would realize what it's like to be a king's wife. If you listen to them, you can learn about the queen's secrets and incorporate them into your pickles. Wow, Saint. You came up with such a brilliant idea so fast. Ha ha ha. Oh, yeah, I'm amazing. But the demon queens also deserve some credit for being able to come here on such short notice. Don't they have their own duties to attend to? It's only natural for us to cancel any prior arrangements and rush here if you summon us, Lord Saint. We've been indebted to you heaps. We must seize these occasional opportunities to return the favor. Enthusiastically chimes in Mrs. Glazier with a clenched fist. Both of them used to be members of the Heavenly Four, so they exude more of a military aura than a queen. Relying on two such women make me worry a little inside. If Puffer eventually becomes Mermaid Queen, she will be of the same rank as us. As queens of neighboring nations, we must help each other. You want to know what a queen is? Leave it to us. We will teach you well. It can be summed up in one word. What a coincidence. I, too, have one indispensable word of truth for a queen. Then let us declare our thoughts at the same time. May they be of help to you, Puffer. You got it. Here goes. 1, 2. What qualities does a queen need? Ruthlessness. Muscles. Excuse me? Then, the battle begins. What do you mean muscles? Your mindset is completely that of a muscle brain. You haven't changed since you were in charge of the Heavenly Four's warfare. Have you? Back at you. Ruthlessness? That's the worst thing a queen can have. A queen must be affectionate and serene. I worry for the Demon Kingdom's future. I invited the two of them to serve as references, but they weren't helpful at all. This won't solve Puffer's problems. Muscle. Meat. I see. Well, there is a way to pickle meat. And ruthless. I might be able to make a different pickle with rapid freezing. Freezing things is my specialty as the Witch of the Bitter Cold. After all, she actually got something out of it. Puffer's brain has gone mush that she can't make sound decisions. She's only wandering off course. And to top it all off, the current demon queens are busy catfighting. Is there anyone else who can help us here? Here I am. The angel hawker's fun has come. I've brought you ingredients suitable for making the special pickles. I encourage you to use them. I bet it's just natto again. Hawker's fun has become that one character with a predictable punchline. It's natto. We already know that. Pickling natto? Forget it. But then again, natto's true horror lies in its endless compatibilities. In too many cases, we are led to believe it's a ludicrous idea, but when we try it, it turns out to be delicious. But no, it's time to change your approach to incorporating natto into everything. Besides, today's theme isn't concerned with natto one bit. But Lady Puffer genuinely seems to be considering my proposal. Huh? I turn around to see Puffer mumbling to herself while staring at the natto. Natto? Huh? It's risky to directly place it on the brown bed. I think I'll wrap it in a cloth. I'll borrow some adamantine silk from Ambiance. Drop that idea this instant. Puffer is losing it. Can she really clear Queen Mai's ordeal with the progress she's making right now? Chapter 424, Queen's Pickles. Dejected after seeing Puffer's hopeless state, I went to see someone else. Mermaid Queen Mai is currently having tea with her daughter, Platty. Aren't you tormenting your daughter-in-law too much? Mum, Do you want to end up like those stereotypical mean mother-in-laws? Harsh as always, my dear Platy. But this must be done. Once Rauana gets married, he won't belong to me anymore. The precious son I gave birth to will become another woman's. But that won't stop him from not marrying at all, especially since he's a prince. Puffer is an outstanding girl. I can at least vouch that. It's not something that can be explained through words. Dear, you'll know once your child is older and ready to take a woman's hand in marriage. Kui Mai is holding Junior, her grandson. Imagine if Junior introduces an audacious woman to you and says he's going to marry her. Ah, no, Platy is disturbed. Does she hate the idea that much? I'll kill that sassy woman. See? Aren't I being generous enough by not resorting to killing this Puffer? But you didn't even react this severely when you found out I got married. Oh, did you miss me? I wanted to say a lot to you, Platy, but generally speaking, when a girl goes off to be a bride, it's her father who gets upset. When your father heard that you got married on land, he wailed and wailed. She's referring to Mermaid King Nugus, right? I didn't know there was such a conflict at the bottom of the ocean back then. I'm sure you'll understand when you have a girl, dear. There's a difference in the way daughters and sons, fathers and mothers love their children. What helpful advice from someone who has more life experience than us. Maybe I should keep that in mind. Junior is a boy, so it may not affect me that much, but it's possible that we'll have 2 or 3 more children, and one of them might be a girl. If my adorable daughter grows up and brings a nasty-looking guy. Gah. Shut up, dear. It's so hard. I never thought it'd be this hard, even before my daughter was born. We must eradicate all the good time Charlies in this world, but it doesn't change the fact that the parent is being selfish. Wishing for their children to always stay the same will only bother them. You understand, don't you? Queen Mai sighs sadly. Also, His Majesty Nugus is still over there wrestling with the orcs and goblins. I even made her make pickles that will symbolize a queen just torment her. I really am a loathsome mother-in-law. Huh? So, that was the purpose of your task all along. How can pickles even embody a queen's essence? Ha ha. Right? I didn't expect the meaning behind the queen's ordeal was simply to torment Puffer, but I'll stop bothering them now. Though she has probably come up with pickles according to my order. Whatever it may be, I'll accept it. Then, Rauana will be hers. Wise decision, Mum. Platy and I clap in unison. This is a mother's decision, to overcome the conflict that arises from her parental love and acknowledge that her son has become a full-fledged man. It's done. Oh, speak of the devil. It's Puffer with Prince Rauana behind her. Why do the both of them look a little ghastly? It's finally done. Here are the Queen's pickles, as you requested, Your Majesty. I am confident that it will meet your expectations. That's right, Mother. Even Prince Rauana looks worked up. What the hell happened at the pickle workshop after I left? Let me have a look. In contrast, Queen Mai keeps her composure. She declared earlier that she'll give Puffer a passing grade no matter what, but I'm sure she still wants to keep her dignity. All for Puffer's sake, who worked so hard. You understand, yes? If you overcome this ordeal, you'll officially be Prince Rauana's wife and eventually Mermaid Queen. Did you put that determination into your dish? With pride, Your Majesty. Behold the Queen's special pickles I've created. Its name is Bam. A big pail is placed on the table. She brought the whole pail with her. Durian pickles. What? It stinks. It stinks. Man, does durian always stink? Halfway out of the pail is a durian sticking out with a myriad of spikes all over its surface. The fact that it has eyes and a nose is proof it's not just a normal fruit. It's the durian spirit, Durian Kyo. Well, hello there. Don't give us that. This is the first time I have soaked in a brown bed, but it's surprisingly comfortable. We don't need to hear that like this is your first hot spring experience. Anyway, all hell broke loose in an instant with the durian here. Platy quickly flees with Junior in her arms. Quick thinking, Platy. A durian's smell is too stimulating for a baby. What is this? As expected, Queen Mai is at a loss for words. Good of you to ask, Your Majesty. The durian on this bed is called the King of Fruits, says Puffer. Well, I did tell them that durian is the king of fruits, but what about it? And we pickled that very king. I believe I have splendidly fulfilled your order, mother-in-law. Puffer's eyes are bloodshot. I guess this is the end result of her astray journey. Even Prince Rauana looks as haggard as her. Now, what is the Queen's response to this? There are many things I would like to say, but first and foremost. Yes, this durian is the king of fruits, you say? Certainly, responds the durian spirit. I see. What a novel idea. But by pickling the king of fruits? Wouldn't that make it the king's pickles instead? Exactly. She asked for Queen's pickles. This huge of a discrepancy can't be easily overlooked, even with the Queen's previous declaration. Everyone present thought so, but in the end, it was Queen Mai who put it into words. Puffer and Prince Rauana, with a look on their faces, as if everything had been shattered. Whoa! It was futile. They break down in tears. It's all over now. We can't get married, Anna Marie. Don't worry, Puffer. I'll give up my throne to be with you. Let's build a happy family together. Prince Rauana has lost it, too. Seeing this miserable couple mixed with the stench of durian is one heck of a mess. How can we save this situation from completely crumbling down to the depths of hell? We can only rely on the Queen's decision. You pass the trial, huh? Puffer and Prince Rauana lift their heads. I applaud your enthusiasm and hard work. I'm sure you will be able to build a happy family as long as you have both. Really? Yes. She has decided ahead of time that whatever came out would be accepted, but it's still hard to give a passing grade to something so off the mark. Well done, Queen. I'm amazed you managed to overlook that. Yes, we did it, Puffer. Now, we are a married couple. Yes, we did. This was much harder than fighting the geyser dragon. They embrace each other in tears and share their joy. It's unusual to see a couple on our farm who has had to endure so much before they are united in marriage. May they be happy together. All the best. I've gone and said it now. There's no going back. On the other hand, the Queen looks like she has been dispossessed of an evil spirit. My days of having a Rauana all to myself are over. In exchange, a long war between in-laws is about to begin. I'm both sad and excited. By the way, King Negus and I ate the durian pickles. Chapter 425, Fermentation's Successor. Thus, Puffer and Prince Rauana's marriage have finally become official. 3 cheers for the couple. Many other residents also shower them with applause in celebration. Congratulations. Congrats. I wish you all the best. TSK. Who was that who clicked their tongue? It was probably jealousy from someone who also wants to get married but can't yet. Anyway, let's focus on the two for now. All right, we'll go to the Mermaid Kingdom right now. In fact, arrangements for the ceremony have been made at various locations and are on standby. All it needs is our bride. Yay! You're the best, hun. The two embrace each other without caring what others think. They're getting awfully excited, but that's just how long they've been holding out. Well, I wish them happiness. Still, isn't their wedding a little too hasty? Naturally, it won't happen today, huh? Queen Mai speaks. Why? Of course. Even if you have prepared for the ceremony, you haven't made any arrangements for the guests. Not everyone can show up on the same day they're invited. 2 people are enough to make vows. That can't be. You are the future king and queen, so you need to invite important people from all concerned parties. That is the duty of a ruler. NGH. The two kept asking themselves repeatedly what royalty was all about. So it's not like they were ignorant of this fact. And you, Puffer? I'm sure you have other things to do before you get married, don't you? No, Mom. Puffer's so lost in the thought of finally getting married that she can't see anything else. Don't you have important work to do on this farm? Are you going to abruptly throw that out the window and leave for your groom-to-be? The Queen has a point. The mermaid race's magic is indispensable to our farm. They make fertilizers that make crops grow fast, refrigerants that rapidly cool rooms, and other medicines that cure injuries and illnesses. Among them, Puffer is in charge of fermented food production. Platy was the head before, but she stepped down as the farm grew. If Puffer is to marry Prince Rauana, she cannot continue to live here. As has been said many times, being the wife of king comes with great responsibilities. So, Puffer is going to leave the farm. Until now, It hasn't crossed my mind because my goals have been focused on the marriage itself. But Puffer will live with Prince Rauana in the Mermaid Kingdom once they get married. She can't stay here with us. Oh, right. The farm would be in a pickle. The whole someone as capable as me will leave behind is huge. Wow, I hate the way she worded that. But her statement is just, and our fermented food department won't last without her. It is impossible for Platty to be in charge as she used to be. It's too much for her to handle now. Don't worry. I've already taken care of that. Puffer drags a girl from somewhere. I recognize her. Aren't you one of Angel's friends? It's Discus. Sir, I'll be Sis Puffer's heir. Her heir? That's just an exaggeration. If I recall, she's one of Angel's cronies who came to our farm some time ago. They challenged the 6 witches but were beaten in their own game. Since then, they have been helping out as apprentices to compensate for our mermaid team's shorthandedness. Discus was one of them. I had taught her all of my pickling techniques. She is fully capable of taking over the fermentation department in my place. For real? They were as fresh as amateurs when they came here, you know? You can entrust everything to her once I leave. Her pickles are practically as good as mine. You can even call her the Witch of the Bitter Cold now. Sis, her protégé is in tears. But Puffer has only taught Discus about making fermented food, right? Wouldn't it be better to start mastering other areas first before passing on your title to her? But wait, you've been training your successor? How meticulous of you. Well, duh. I've been doing every possible preparation to be ready to leave as soon as my marriage is set. Puffer's tenacity in getting married is nothing short of amazing. So, now that the farm's concerns regarding her marriage have been addressed, it's time we say goodbye to Puffer, huh? Are you sure we can rely on you? I asked Discus, the mermaid who has been named as Puffer's successor. If she's going to take Puffer's place, she has to live with us indefinitely for now. Yes. I promised Sis I'll look after her territory. I see. All is well then. But just when I thought Puffer and Prince Rauana's marriage would go smoothly. Wait a minute. Someone objects. Who was that? I object to that decision. I'm the one who should rightfully take over my sister-in-law. What? It's Angel, the second princess of the Mermaid Kingdom and younger sister of Rauana and Platty. I hereby nominate myself to be in charge of making pickles. Effective immediately. No, but why? How about we ask you that? Why should you take Puffer's place? She has already taken great care in guiding her true successor. But, this is the department my sister-in-law started and developed. If I take over her position, it'll become a tradition that the sisters of the Royal Mermaid family will pass on from one generation to another. Don't just make up traditions as you see fit. Besides, no one cares about that. And it's not like our farm enforces the jus sanguinis principle. We're still choosing Discus, who has the right combination of ability, personality, and motivation and has been nominated by her predecessor. No, if I am appointed to the same post as my sister, I will feel like I am of the same rank as her. I want to be in charge of something, too. That's your motive? Mum. Please, tell them, Mum. Angel clings to Queen Mai. How will the queen respond to her daughter's selfishness? Oh, all right. Please go along with Angel's whims, son-in-law. She just accepted it as is. The queen is so lenient with her daughter. I thought she was strict with her children since Prince Rauana and Platty are so disciplined. Mom has a huge soft spot for her. You know, says Platty, the eldest daughter, with an awkward look on her face. The more disciplined me and Rauana were, the more she spoiled Angel, which is how she became the airheaded girl you see now. To balance things out, Platty has been making Angel go through hell, so she has managed to maintain a decent reputation in public. Well, at the end of the day, she's still a good kid, so even Prince Rauana looks exasperated. All right, we'll just have to play this out in a match, declares Angel. We'll see which of us is more suitable to be Puffer's successor by making pickles. Chapter 426, Succession Dispute. And so, this and that began, a contest, a merciless one-on-one battle for the position of fermented food department head between Discus and Angel. Discus, I know we're friends, but not today. We will fight each other fair and square with all our might. Ahaha. Discus smiles wryly. They're part of the 5 legitimate holy witches who came uninvited to our farm, so they must know each other pretty well, especially Discus when it comes to knowing Angel. Friendship isn't forever after all. To think 2 people who were always together are now facing each other as enemies. I will not go against fate, however. It is my destiny to defeat you and take all the glory. Ahahahaha. She must also be used to seeing her getting hyped up over the idea of destiny. Discus only laughs awkwardly in response. What kind of contest are you going to do though? You haven't figured that out yet? If you want to decide who will be in charge of making pickles, it's only obvious you have to compare the tastes of pickles. Huh, that does make sense, I guess. Puffer worked on our farm's fermented food. If someone wants to take over her job, they have to know their corresponding duties, but I wonder how good Discus actually is. Puffer did make her the official heir. Please, try this. A bucket full of rice bran is presented to me. It's the bran bed for making pickles. She scoops cucumbers out of the bucket, washes, and cuts them into bite-sized pieces. She did the entire process quite efficiently. I did everything by myself, including the bed, but with Master's guidance. Of course. I see. I take a bite of the cucumber. It's tasty. The cucumber has been pickled to just the right amount of saltiness. The bran bed must have had the perfect balance of saltiness and pungency. I told you. Discus is approaching the same level as me, proudly says Puffer, but there's still one thing she needs to work on. Once that's fulfilled, she'll have achieved true perfection. And what's that, Master? It's love. Now, she's starting to talk about love, the heart that wants to feed the man she loves. That's what permeates into the pickles and makes them taste many times better. Just thinking of Hun's ecstatic face activates the lactobacilli that live in my bed 100-fold. I see. I've gained new knowledge. Once more, Master. You'd better find yourself a good man soon, Discus. Yes, Mom. Will the day come when Discus wakes up to the bran bed of love? I wonder. Discus has shown us her overwhelming skill. On the other hand, Angel, the second princess of the mermaid race, can she compete with this? Can you even make pickles to begin with? If you can't do that and you're trying to follow in Puffer's footsteps, I'd say you're quite something yourself. Don't worry, I'm more than prepared. Bam! Goes another bucket being placed in front of me. I pickled these with Discus' help. They're Princess Angel's special royal pickles. Wow. To ask help from the same person you're facing off in a contest right now. Sure, no one else was fit for the task, but that's still returning a favor with spite. But you only learned from her just recently, didn't you? How can such a hasty preparation beat Discus, who received direct instruction from Puffer, with my noble blood and grace? That's just another terrible royalty mindset right there. I guess the point is to compare these 2 girls' pickles and decide which one tastes better. Very well. Let's make sure the judging is thorough so that we can get a satisfactory result. Our judge shall be someone who can make a convincing verdict. So I invited the lifeless king. If you would be so kind, Sensei. Wait. Angel interrupts, sobbing. Why, Sensei? Isn't it too much to ask him to judge something so mundane as our pickles? That's not true. Pickles are Sensei's favorite food. We've been giving him pickled radish countless times since the beginning of our friendship. That's why his judgment would serve us best. But still, I'd like a more lenient judge, if possible. But Sensei's already lenient enough. He praises most of his students for what they do. Currently, Angel is one of the students at the Mermaid Witch Academia Farm Branch School along with the other humans, demons, and mermaids. This may be the reason why she hasn't been standing out lately, but it also puts her in the position of being pampered by Sensei as one of his students. Sensei is the type who gives praise to encourage improvement. Don't worry. No matter how bad your pickles may taste, I'm sure he'll find something good in them. I'm not sure I'd like to be told that in advance. While we're at it, let's categorize our judges according to their leniency. Very easy, Queen Mai. Easy, Sensei. Normal, Prince Rauana. Hard, me. Very hard, Puffer. Nightmare, Platty. What do you think? Do you want to take the plunge and try a nightmare instead? Let's just go with easy. At least she didn't resort to very easy. If we left the judging to Queen Mai, She would have let Angel win unconditionally, regardless of taste, but Angel's good sense told her not to do that, and she stayed her ground. Now that we've finished our formalities, please, Sensei. Very well. Sensei tries Angel's pickled bell pepper. Wait, bell pepper? Who would pickle such a thing? I bet Angel wanted to deliberately show off her royalty status by using something special. Ahem. Anyway, Sensei tastes the bell pepper without a single puzzled look on his face. He chews for a while and, let's keep trying harder. It was no good. Even Sensei, who usually praises his students, couldn't find any merit in it, so he had to indirectly criticize Angel's pickles. I'm sorry, Sensei, and thank you for being considerate till the very end. My pickle is. Angel is breaking down in tears. It seems she also understood her pickles weren't good enough. My ambition to succeed my sister-in-law and make it our family's tradition. My dream of getting closer to my sister. She continues to cry out in frustration. Then, someone gently places a hand on her shoulder. Discus, I have a favor to ask. May I give my position to Lady Angel instead? What are you talking about? Discus, you're the one who was appointed for the task. Lady Angel found me and accepted me in her circle. This gave me the opportunity to get here and become an apprentice to the esteemed Puffer. I want to repay that debt to the princess. Discus, of course, I'll take care of the practical side of things. We won't delay work like we did when Sis was here, and we won't compromise the quality or taste. So, I'll let you in charge, Lady Angel. Doesn't that still mean Discus is actually in charge, and Angel is only a titular head? Are they fine with that? Thank you, Discus. You are my best friend, after all. Yes, I am ready to dedicate my life to you at any time. Ever since you called me your friend, please let me continue to work for you. The two girls embrace each other. I slightly wonder if things should just end like this, but Angel's way of motivating others through her natural virtue is much more like royalty than her other two siblings. Oh, Angel, I haven't seen you for a while, but you've suddenly matured. Queen Mai is moved to tears seeing her daughter's growth. Such a doting parent. Even King Negus is crying. Another doting parent. I guess fathers tend to have a softer spot for their daughters. Chapter 427, Mermaid After Mermaid, Sequel. And so, the marriage was finalized. Prince Rauana and Puffer are to be officially together. Still, it will take a little more time to prepare for the wedding. But once the ceremony is actually held, Puffer will move into the Mermaid Palace. The day has come when someone is finally graduating from our farm. I'm both sad and deeply moved. Puffer devoted her remaining time here to mentoring apprentices. She has already prepared a fine replacement named Discus, but now that Angel has jumped in, she is doing her best to train her too. I won't allow you to be a mere titular head if you're going to succeed me. I'll train you thoroughly till you're useful enough. Your sister-in-law is as strict as Platty. Angel's cries echo throughout the farm. Well, that's the path she chose. She has to persevere and pull through. Oh, Angel, I know you'll become a great witch one day, my dear. Hang in there, cries Queen Mai, watching from afar. What is she doing? Angel's training weighed on my mind. You know how she is. The most handful out of all my children from the moment she was born. But I wonder why. It's like it makes her even more lovable. Platty would have had a headache if she had heard this. Fortunately, she's busy attending to Junior. You've always had a soft spot for Angel, haven't you, Queen? I've witnessed it, so I can tell. It wasn't a big deal, so I didn't bring it up in my narrations. But the truth is that when we visited the Mermaid Kingdom before, Angel was with us. That time with Junior, and that time we attended the martial swimming competition. As it was her home, Angel came with us. Nevertheless, it wasn't anything special, so I just let it pass. But Angel was always clinging to Queen Mai. The only time they were apart was when the Queen was confronting Puffer. Again, I thought it wasn't worth mentioning, so I ignored it. Since that time, I thought to myself how overly soft the Queen is to her second daughter. I understand Angel is a princess and needs to be raised strictly. But I didn't want her to hate me, so I spoiled her. I'm such a terrible parent. Instead, your eldest daughter disciplined her. At least there's some kind of balance, right? But now that Puffer will be part of our family, she has another dependable older sister. I'm certain Angel will grow up to be a fine lady now. Well, if she doesn't straighten up even with Platty and Puffer's double dose of strictness, she's probably goners. Amidst her concern and relief about her daughter's future. Oh, Mum. Angel spots her mother and comes running up to her. Help. My sister-in-law is much stricter than I expected. She's no better than Platty. Please say something to her. Without hesitation, the princess indulges her mother. But no. Queen Mai welcomes Puffer's training for your own good. I'm sure she'll harden her heart and support Puffer's behavior. You're right. Maybe she is being a little too hard on you. Never mind. Doting parents will always be doting parents. Hey, Puffer, don't you think strict education has its limits too? Can't we have a carrot and stick and carrot system here? The stick vanished in the last part. But Puffer, on the other hand, I can't do that, Mom. The day is fast approaching. I leave the farm. If we don't get her at least up to the point where she can help discuss, she'll only give everyone problems. I understand, but being strict alone won't encourage your students to follow you. Is this one of the war situations between in-laws where they are at odds with each other over the educational policy of their children/grandchildren? Why are they already fighting when Puffer hasn't even given birth to a child yet? Your daughter, Platty, has also asked me to be strict as much as possible with Angel. NGH, how dare you betray me, Platty? No, I think Platty's stand remains the same throughout. She's that older sister who's like a demon to her younger siblings. More importantly, Queen Mai. I decided to change the subject by force, as I felt it would be futile to continue discussing this topic. We are happy you could come visit, but how long can you stay? Surely, the king and queen still have some royal duties to attend to. Just to add, the king is still enjoying sumo wrestling. Now with Prince Rauana in the mix. An unforeseen phantom match at the Marshall's swimming competition is now unfolding on our farm. Oh ho ho. Worry not, my dear. I've already arranged a proxy. A proxy? Zothsira. Her? Zothsira, the witch of the abyss? Isn't she a wanted criminal in the mermaid realm? Are you sure you should be letting her handle government affairs? Don't worry. Zossi is very capable and can handle politics quite easily. Maybe so, but besides, she was Puffer's mentor. It's not nice for her to stay a criminal when Puffer is going to be queen. She needs to be appointed to a legal position of some kind. My mentor? And all because of me? The one who was most horrified to hear this was Puffer. Although it isn't widely discussed, Puffer admits that she's Zothsira's pupil. I've never seen them interact, though. Oh yes. How about letting Zothsira be the matchmaker at Rauana and Puffer's wedding? I'm sure Puffer will feel happy if her master sees her off. Huh? Puffer and I are shocked. I mean, this world also has a matchmaking system. But, Queen, you can't be a matchmaker unless you're married. At least, that was the case in my world. I don't know if it's the same here. Zothsira's single, right? Oh? But didn't she have a partner of her own? Someone named Mr. Orkubo or something. Who told you that, Your Majesty? Not even Orkubo himself is aware of this. Queen Mai, who is so far away from land, got a hold of this information. Clearly not a force to be reckoned with. Please wait. It hasn't been confirmed yet. We don't know how things will turn out if we look too much into it. It's too delicate right now. Is that so? I thought it'd be embarrassing for Zothsira if her pupil got married first, so I was thinking of letting them get married, too. If she already has a partner, what other reason is there for us to stop them? This is bad. I know the mermaids are a very romantic race, but their queen takes the cake. She's trying to get more people around her to get married. And this, my friend, was the same person so against her son's marriage. Did the dam break now that she has liberated herself from opposing? I've already approved of one other marriage. Surely, that couple will help my son and Puffer, and vice versa. Huh? Don't tell me. We have returned, Queen Mai. Before I knew it, Lampai the Witch of Hellfire, is standing right beside me. Where has she been all this time? Mai, you're back earlier than I expected. How did everything go? It went more smoothly than we had imagined. Hendra's family welcomed me with open arms. All this was possible thanks to Your Majesty's prior arrangement. It's all right. Hendra is good friends with Arowana. If he and you, an Imperial Guard, become a couple, nothing can be more reassuring for the future of Arawana's administration. She supported Hendra and Lampai's marriage behind the scenes. This queen scares me. The situation moves at a bewildering pace with her every involvement. Oh, and, Lord Saint, it pains me to say this, but I must leave the farm to start my life anew. From now on, I will serve the Mermaid Kingdom as Hendra's wife. I have trained my in-laws, Veiltail and Crowntail, well enough to be in charge of protecting Princess Platy in my place. Make sure you brief Platy about that, too. In any case, congrats to you guys on your wedding. It's nice to see a man and a woman in love become one, no matter the circumstances. Chapter 428, Alcohol Comeback Plan. While the mermaids' celebrations continue, there are still unresolved issues smoldering under the farm. In fact, there are many. Today, we're visiting the Sake Brewery to resolve one of them. It's one of the many facilities on our farm that produces all kinds of sake and vinegar under Bacchus' supervision. Working there are his maidens. They drink alcohol and believe it is the joy of life. Bacchus, the god of alcohol and their object of faith, is said to be a demigod, born to a god and a man thousands of years ago. Because he has the blood of a demigod in him, he is transcendent in many ways. He is more immortal than a lifeless king and wanders the earth forever, although his only reason for prowling is to drink. At one point, when all the demigods had returned to the divine realm, he chose to stay on mortal soil for alcohol. He discovers new alcohol, drinks it, and even creates his own kind. He's probably the first and last divine alcohol lover since he refused to officially join the gods. Thus, Bacchus has taken up residence on our farm and brews alcohol. It's not that I asked him to do so. It's just that when I noticed it, things were already like this. As you would expect from a demigod, he's too free to do whatever he wants. But now, Bacchus is in low spirits and is hanging his head in the brewery's corner. Has he still not recovered from that incident? It has been quite a while since then. Yes, Bacchus has been depressed lately. He is a dynamic man, but he does not move, does nothing, and leaves the important work of brewing to his maidens. That's why the brewery itself is running perfectly fine, but that's no reason to leave Bacchus in the lurch. Or maybe we've ignored him plenty enough. After all, he's been like this ever since the expo ended. You guessed that right. The expo is the reason behind Bacchus' low spirits. It was an event that took place in the Demon Kingdom last winter. Our residents presented what they had cultivated, which was a great success. Bacchus also exhibited at the expo. The theme was, of course, alcohol. He shared with the people here my world's knowledge and the rare alcoholic beverages he brewed from our farm's fine crops. Naturally, it was met with great acclaim. A long line formed at his alcohol pavilion, and tipplers from all over the nation marshaled to the event. The visitor turnout was strong, almost strong enough to compete with Lettuce Riet's Bean Pavilion and Vale's Wheat Pavilion. Alas, that did not happen. Bacchus Pavilion wasn't crowned the #1 attraction but rather vanished without joining the battle for the top spot. He offers alcohol, after all. When you say alcohol, you think of drunkards. And the alcohol pavilion was teeming with them. They got drunk and picked fights with other people, lay down on the roadside, or worse, threw up. As expected, we couldn't afford to disrupt the expo's public order, so we had the pavilion closed on the same day. Bacchus' exhibit became a phantom pavilion that was held only on the first day. This appeared to take a huge toll on him. So huge, even now, long after the expo is over, Bacchus continues to feel depressed. My Bruce, no one could accept my Bruce. He cries. That's what he usually grumbles about. What went wrong? My brews weren't meant to send people into a drunken frenzy. My divine alcohol leaves no aftertaste. They say our farm's food and beverages are tasty like no other. The alcohol is no exception, and the visitors drank more than their threshold, which made them drink more and end up getting drunk. Such a pattern was repeated in abundance. Bacchus, perhaps pretty fired up about the expo, brought all kinds of alcohol, including his famed wine, beer, sake, and even spirits with high alcohol content. He also brought as much fruit wine as he could and even tried to put dragon wine on the menu, but I managed to stop him in time. It was enough proof to show how enthusiastic Bacchus was, and yet, his pavilion got cancelled. It's understandable he'd feel shocked. If he had at least limited it to low alcohol content, we wouldn't have had drunkard cases, and you're supposed to dilute whiskey and shochu with water, but everyone just chugged it straight down their throats. Of course they'd be drunken stupor. Well, I also wanted the expo to be a success, so I couldn't allow any trouble. We did receive numerous requests to reopen the alcohol pavilion, but we couldn't comply. After all, we had no guarantee no drunks or drunk-related incidents would happen again. Nothing is sketchier than a wasted person's words. So mean. Alcohol can make the world peaceful. All the people could be friends through alcohol, and yet, you could say that all wrongs also stem from alcohol, though. But, well, it's heartbreaking to see Bacchus so discouraged. It's just that so may have been going on since the expo ended, such as Oribos Castle, the arrival of Professor the Lifeless King, and Prince Arawana and Puffer's wedding plan. Now, it's time for me to start encouraging Bacchus in earnest. Please, Saint. I may have failed at the expo, but I still want to spread the wonders of alcohol to the world. Just give me another chance. But aren't you just serving farm-made alcohol to the public again? I can't allow that because I can imagine history repeating itself and people getting dead drunk. Some might even drink themselves unconscious. It's ironic. It's absolutely necessary to prevent drunk-related incidents. At the expo, the biggest damage was getting puked on. If it escalates to some bloodshed, there's going to be serious repercussions. Then again, it's not alcohol if you don't get drunk from it. It's all a matter of moderation. Getting drunk is okay, just don't get so intoxicated you cause problems for those around you. If everyone looked out for each other, life wouldn't be as hard. I mean, no one drinks themselves unconscious on purpose. That's just the horror of alcohol. That's why I'd like to at least reduce the chances of intoxication. Why do people get drunk? That's because they drink alcohol beyond their limits. How can we reduce the alcohol content they consume then? That's right. It's only bad if you drink just alcohol. We can offer them something to eat or drink on the side. It was that simple. Thinking back, that's exactly what happened at the expo, serving nothing booze. Perhaps because Bacchus is the god of alcohol that his interests don't go beyond that. Anyone would get drunk if all you serve them is alcohol. So what's bad about that? This demigod, I swear, I found the solution to the problem. Offer more choices aside from alcohol. Take a sip, eat something, and then take a sip again. This cycle dilutes the alcohol in one's system and prevents intoxication. In other words, finger food. Finger food must always be paired with alcohol. Thus, we have decided on a course of action. As a first step in organizing an alcohol comeback event, we will create otherworldly finger food. Chapter 429, The 7 Garnishes. So, we talked about adding an appetizer to accompany alcoholic beverages. But it doesn't seem to be that serious a problem. Our farm has produced a variety of goods, and that includes the dish in question. Edamame goes well with beer. Cheese goes well with wine. It seems enough just to add those things, but they can't go with every drink. I mean, beer and wine aren't the only alcohol there is. For now, I'd like to prepare snacks that go well with sake and whiskey. I can't think of any food that goes with whiskey, so maybe we'll put that off for some other time. Let's think of one for sake first. Sake was very popular at the Alcohol Pavilion's Expo. If we can prepare snacks for that, I think it'll solve a huge portion of our problem. So, I pondered. Sake goes with everything, so if we try to find the perfect match, it can actually be quite the puzzler. Should I take the ultra-easy approach and go with sarum, dried squid, or shiokara, salted fish? But the purpose of preparing an appetizer is to dilute the alcohol. In that case, something heavy would serve us best. What about staple food, then? Oden. Oden is a food cart staple. One of the happiest moments of a drinker's life is sipping hot sake with Oden at a cart on the streets. It can replace rice and can reduce the amount of alcohol in your body, and as a result, there'll be less violent drunks. Okay, let's make that Oden to go with sake. Please, Saint. To spread the word about my sake, by all means, make that Oden or whatever it is. Bacchus, listening beside me, suddenly regains his energy. Fool, gah. And I sent him flying with a lariat. How dare you leave this work to someone else? This is your problem. Don't you want to offer your brews to even more people? At least, superficially. So why are you leaving this task to someone else? You do it. Only Oden that you made will go perfectly with your carefully brewed alcohol. Oh, a wise man changes his mind. A fool never. My scolding immediately reverberated in Bacchus's. It is as you say, Saint. Who am I kidding? If I truly care about alcohol, I must also make the food that accompanies them. Alcohol and appetizers are the best of both worlds. Yes, good. Oh, Saint. I have come to my senses. I'm motivated to spread alcohol's wonder all over the world this time, for sure. Hearing that, it's safe to say Bacchus is back to his usual self. Very well. Let's make Oden together. Bacchus is our protagonist for today, but of course, I'll help out too. Oden needs ingredients. It's a white dish with a variety of ingredients. Oh, time to get those ingredients. They say that when you have them all, any wish you make will come true. Wait, I think that's not Oden. But anyway, here are the ingredients we need. Radish, egg, kelp, konjac, tofu, chikuwa, mochi. First, get some radishes, Bacchus. Go pull the ones growing in the field. Aye. Bacchus dashes into the field. Radishes. Pull out the ones growing around here. Huh? Why is it coming out of the soil all by itself? I see two pole-like things at the tip. Feet? Ah, it ran away. Why is the radish running away? Wait up. Recently, our crop's evolution has entered an unknown realm. While Bacchus is playing chase with the radish, I'll get on with my work. Tofu, chikuwa, and mochi are essential ingredients that need to be cooked and processed, so I'll use the ones I've been saving from before. You don't just throw them into the Oden pot as they are. By further processing them, they evolve into an Oden ingredient. First, we deep fry some tofu. This completes one Oden ingredient. And then, we deep fry a separate tofu. We then put mochi inside this pouch, so now we have mochi kanchaku. There are other things that can be made with tofu. With another plain block, mash and mix in chopped carrots and burdock root. Roll it up and fry it in oil to make tofu fritter. Who would have thought it was possible to create such a wide variety of Oden dishes just from tofu? I'm glad I responded to Lettuce Riet's wish and made some. Alright, the chikuwa is complete, too. I had made kamaboko before, so I used my previous experience and ingredients. Deep-fried tofu, mochi kanchaku, tofu fritter, and chikuwa. Now we have 4 Oden garnishes. Furthermore, let's make konjac. Actually, this is the most difficult problem. I've never made konjac before. It's pretty basic, but maybe that's why I haven't bothered making it. However, konjac is absolutely necessary for Oden. Even shirataki noodles are made from konjac. If I recall, konjac is made from yams. I've seen it a few times around the arc loop in raided Zantetsuken. I can grow konjac potatoes with the hand of supremacy and process them, but that seems a bit time-consuming. I wondered about what to do, but then someone came. I am konjac mondu, the konjaku potato spirit. Seriously, even konjac potatoes have spirits now? But how? Konjac potatoes don't grow on trees. Aren't they called tree spirits because they specifically possess trees? Don't worry about the details. More importantly, I heard someone got married. Oh, yes. That would be Prince Rawana and Puffer, as well as Hendra and Lanpai. In celebration of their engagement, I have brought some konjac. A pun? What a nonsensical flow of events for me to obtain konjac. It's even cut into fine threads. In other words, shirataki. There are even konjac's balls. If you like, I can teach you how to make konjac from scratch in the future. For now, I'll be taking my leave. Thanks. To think I'd get konjac without lifting a finger. At the same time, Bacchus, who had finally captured the radishes, wrestled with the yoshikamo and got eggs. Then, I got some kelp from Platy. Now, we have all the ingredients. As they simmer, the pot transforms into a jewelry box. And, Chapter 430, a relaxing Isekai. My name is Sabbath. and I am proud to be the heaviest drinker in all of Demon Kingdom. I've drunk every kind of alcohol in the world and know what they taste like. That's all I can be proud of. That is why I cannot sit idly when I hear word about a new brew. No matter where it is sold, I have to get to that place ASAP and have a drink. It was the same back then. For the first time in several years, an expo was held in the capital, and there was a lot of publicity for it. The flyers said that it has an alcohol pavilion among its many exhibits. It made my alcohol-loving heart race. The event may be small, but if it has anything to do with sake, I will check it out to see what I can drink. That is the duty of an alcohol hunter. And so, on the first day of the expo, I rode to the venue on a horse carriage. I visited the so-called alcohol pavilion straight away. The first thing that surprised me was that the person in charge of the pavilion wasn't immortal. It was Bacchus, the god of alcohol. Isn't he the god we drinkers worship? It's amazing the god himself is the host. The brews served here were of a different class, as they were made by Lord Bacchus. First of all, the wine was so tasty I could tell it wasn't like what I normally drink. It had a rich and deep taste. Compared to this, the wine at the Liquor Guild is too insipid. What delicious wine! I was impressed that this was brewed by the god of alcohol himself, but amidst my lingering excitement, more surprises came one after another. Beer, whiskey, rice wine, brews I've never had before were presented to me all at once. Each was as good as the wine, and each had its own unique characteristics. The beer felt frothy and foamy in the mouth. The whiskey had a strong, throat-burning sensation and fragrance of smoke. The rice wine was so translucent you'd think it was water, but it had a strong alcohol flavor. In addition to that, it tasted good as it went down my throat. They were unlike anything I had ever had before, even for me, the heaviest drinker in the Demon Kingdom. I drank them all one after the other. To my surprise, all the alcohol was given away for free at the expo. This must be my lucky day. I must make the most out of this miraculous opportunity and drink some more. I drank at a tempestuous pace. Beer, grape wine, whiskey, rice wine, and then beer again. But that must have been a bad idea because I threw up in the end. By the time I realized it, I was dead drunk. How could I, Demon Kingdom's heaviest drinker, have misjudged my drinking pace? It seems I drank too many kinds of alcohol at once. Many others made the same mistake I did, and some were even carried away unconscious. Anyway, it was a terrible sight. Sure enough, the alcohol pavilion was closed the next day. I, who dragged my hungover self to the expo, was stupefied. I pleaded repeatedly for the pavilion's reopening, but in the end, the expo ended without heeding my request. Oh, what a fool I was. How could I have made the same mistake as a newbie? Getting drunk and collapsing without knowing my limits. Calling myself the heaviest drinker in the nation is nothing but presumptuous now. It's all the alcohol's fault. I spent the rest of my days drinking in despair. And on one such night. Section. Was there always a bar here? In a lonely corner on the outskirts of the entertainment district, I found an unfamiliar signboard. It reads Oden Bakazu. Oden? What's that? It sounds strange, but it was bold of the owner to use a name similar to the god of alcohol. Either way, a heavy drinker would want to check out a bar he has never been to before. And so, I went. Welcome. The interior is very small. The table is sandwiched between the kitchen and seating area, stretching long and wide. This is the first time I've ever seen such a table, but I can see how the owner can directly serve his dishes to the customers. What would you like to have? The owner asks. Alcohol, I answer. First and foremost, I drink alcohol. I judge the quality of a restaurant by the kind of alcohol it serves. I'm afraid I can't give you that, sir, says the owner. It's not good for your health to drink on an empty stomach. Alcohol only comes with a proper meal. I suggest you order food first. Huh? Who do you think you are to tell your customers what to do? But not long after, it hit me. At the expo, I had not eaten anything and just drowned myself in alcohol and passed out from it. Touche. His words sounded like an appropriate reflection of my mistake. You make a valid point, but what does this place offer? I know the sign said Oden, but it just sounds so strange to me. As an apology for my impolite behavior, here's a free sample. Please give it a try. he says, serving me a bowl. Inside it is filled with large garnishes in a translucent broth. Is this some kind of soup? Why are the ingredients so large? Oden is a dish in which the garnishes are ordered separately. The ones I just served to you are radish, egg, and tofu fritter. Huh? I'm not sure, but I'll try this translucent like root vegetable. Is this a relative of turnip? They look pretty similar. As I sink my teeth into it, I can tell it has soaked up a lot of the broth. It is a mellow flavor, mixed with the taste of the vegetable itself. Even the egg soaked up the broth in its own way. But what kind of egg is this? I feel like eating it fills me with incredible strength. Yoshikamo eggs are rich in energy and remain potent even when boiled. Since you seem pleased with their taste, procuring them was worth all the effort? Well, anyway, this last one is the most mysterious of them all. What is this tofu fritter thingy? This fritter is made by kneading various chopped vegetables into mashed tofu and deep frying it in oil. I couldn't understand parts of his explanation. Oh well, I give it a taste, and it turns out to be delicious. The broth soaked into this fritter even more than the radish. Ah, I see. I get it now. The key to this Oden is the broth. Its flavor soaks into the various ingredients, giving it a much mellow taste. In a large square pot beyond the table, radish, egg, fritter and various other ingredients are soaked in broth. Ah, this is what I failed to experience at the expo. The tenderness of Oden that could soothe my tempestuous stomach. If there had been Oden at that time, I wouldn't have been so drunk, and I wouldn't have had to think about how much burden I was putting on my body. Well, how about we serve you some alcohol now? Oh, no, I'm not in the mood to drink any more alcohol today. I was about to say so, but he placed a cup in front of me. The cup is filled with a liquid so clear it could be mistaken for water, but it is a mellow aroma. Rice wine? The same drink I had at the expo's alcohol pavilion. I thought I would never be able to drink it again after the pavilion closed. The misery of a heavy drinker who still drinks even though he has just decided he's had enough for the day. This flavor, it tastes better than when I drank it at the expo. My belly, soothed by Oden, has regained the vitality to take in the rice wine. The simple taste of Oden and the refreshing taste of alcohol complement each other. Ah, this is how alcohol was meant to be enjoyed. Have you perhaps tasted rice wine before? Yes. This owner is something. He has done his research to create a menu that maximizes alcohol's taste. Who could he possibly be to achieve such a marvelous feat? I didn't recognize him at first because he was dressed differently, but there was no way I could forget his face after I saw him at the expo. He's Bacchus, the god of alcohol. Chapter 431, God is captured. It's me again. I wonder how things are going for Bacchus. After we made the Oden, I came up with the idea of how to market it. Bacchus wanted to organize a big event like the expo and serve alcohol and Oden to many people, but I disagreed. After all, drinkers make the most noise and eventually go out of control during events. That's the same thing that happened at the expo. So, this time, I thought, why not try a smaller scale? Since we had alcohol and Oden ready, I thought we could make a small Isekai for customers to enjoy drinking in a more relaxed atmosphere. Bacchus agreed, and surprisingly, he himself volunteered to run the place. The land and building to be used were already owned by his maidens, so an orc team was immediately dispatched to renovate it. We were casually reminded that his group must be pretty influential to own such a prime location in the Demon Kingdom. Thus, Bacchus Isekai started with Oden and farm brew alcohol as its menu. He was so happy to see his efforts paid off from day one, so I guess things will continue to go well. Maybe I should go and see how he's managing today. With that in mind, I went through the waypoints and arrived at the Demon Kingdom, where the store is located. Help, Saint. Help me. Looks like Bacchus is wrapped up in a rope. What the? I thought I came here to observe a peaceful tavern. Why am I witnessing a blood-spattered scene? Are they the ones who tied up Lord Bacchus? Says Belina, my companion. I don't know how to teleport myself, so I need an escort who can. Her company would be reassuring since she'll guide me as a local while we stroll around the capital. The group of people Belina is pointing at looks like a bunch of hoodlums. They don't look like soldiers or officials, seeing as they're in civilian clothing. So, It doesn't seem like it was a higher-up order to tie Bacchus up. Was it done out of personal spite, then? If so, I, Saint Kidden, will assist my friend Bacchus and let the evil holy sword Swartz suck their blood. One moment, please, interrupts Belina. Perhaps they're members of the Isekai Guild. Isekai Guild? The human kingdom only has the Adventurers Guild, but here, there are guilds for all kinds of occupations to provide mutual aid. The Isekai Guild was formed by a group of stores that serve alcohol and food different from the restaurant guild. So that's how individual businesses help each other. But what reason do they have to tie Bacchus? I speculate it's because his business is unregistered. Come to think of it, I didn't think about that when I suggested he open a shop. This may be a different world, but the capital has advanced civilization and the rule of law. Anyone would need a permit to do business within their territory. Bacchus's main purpose was to spread the word about his glorious alcohol and delicious Oden, but we overlooked the money-making aspect of it. And this trouble is the consequence. Some ruffian-looking members of the Isekai Guild speak to Bacchus. Hey, man, who told you that you're free to do business here? The way he said it sounded exactly like a scary person demanding for lease fee. Is this even acceptable? Isn't the Isekai Guild a law-abiding organization? In order to run a restaurant in the capital, you have to be a member of our guild. Ignoring that is the same as picking a fight with us. So, you trying to provoke us or what? This is bad. We have to rescue Bacchus as soon as possible. But this is weird. Belina seems to have noticed something. But now is not the time to pretend to be in a detective novel. We need to intervene. Pronto. I understand unauthorized operations are a serious problem for the guild. But must they really come in such a large group? I feel like they have some other reason for this. Wah, can't she see Bacchus is in a serious situation right now? Help. Please help me. Look, he's like a damsel in distress. We need to rescue him, and fast. No. Let's wait and see what happens. To solve this problem, we need to know what they want. How can you be so level-headed at a time like this, Belina? Meanwhile, the guild members surround Bacchus and, we're usually not this strict. But this time, we have a reason to be. Answer us. Where did you get your alcohol? And they place a bottle on the table. Isn't that the same rice wine Bacchus himself brewed? They probably took that from his shop, though. This is a new kind of alcohol, rice wine, created by Lord Bacchus. Why is such a precious brew in your store's possession? We know this alcohol was only available for one day at last year's expo. It's a phantom brew. Spit it out. Where the hell did you get this? Oh, I see now. The alcohol pavilion was open to the public for only one day at the expo. One of Bacchus' brews there became legendary as a result of the pavilion's closure due to the commotion it caused. The alcohol became coveted by drinkers because they were never available to the general public again. If they were suddenly sold at an unknown restaurant, the people working at the pubs would go crazy. It's a hot-selling item, after all. Say it. Where did you get this alcohol? Lord Bacchus' brew doesn't deserve to be served at an unregistered store like yours. This is what we, the Isekai Guild, must control and distribute. This process even has to go through our sister guilds, the Brewers Guild and the Liquor Stores Guild. If you tell us what we want, we'll give you a special registration. I guess guilds here are categorized according to their type of occupation. The guilds are also color-coded into food and beverage guilds, which makes things even more complicated. Their vague grouping has always been a source of trouble, says Belina, stunned. Meanwhile, the guild members continue to interrogate Bacchus. If you insist on keeping your mouth shut, we'll make you talk through your cooking. They took out the simmering Oden from Bacchus' shop. If you don't start talking soon, this piping hot Oden is going all over your face. What should we start with, the radish or the tofu fritter? How inhuman. Using delicious Oden as a torture device. I can't stand this anymore. Hold it right there, all of you. And who the hell are you? The thugs are surprised by my intrusion. I can't let them get away with what they've done. I call out to Bacchus, who is being held captive. You don't have to endure this anymore. Let them know who they're up against. Oh, Saint. Okay, I can unleash my suppressor now, right? Bacchus, in response to my call, releases his divinity. Until now, he had concealed his demigod power in order to disguise himself as an ordinary Oden shop owner. The ropes that had bound him up unravel from his rising power. Ooh, is this? The shocked goons look up at Bacchus, afloat and has completely regained his divinity. Now, do you know who he is? I say. He is Bacchus, the god of alcohol who brewed that wine you're holding. What? No way. For a guild like them, Bacchus is their god of worship. They tied him up, interrogated him, and even tried to pour hot Oden on his face. Just imagine the blasphemy. "Oh Lord Bacchus, please forgive us." They all bowed down one by one. So, is this case closed? Section. By the way, all of us enjoyed the Oden after it had cooled down considerably. Chapter 432, Before the Ceremony. Lampai. Prequel. Will you marry me? Yes. I'm Hendra, a controversialist. And I have one of the greatest mistakes in my life. A woman proposed to me first. My sweetheart, Lampai, is an outstandingly talented witch. While I was troubled about whether I was suited for her, she confessed her feelings. Confessing is the man's duty. I'm ashamed of myself for not fulfilling that. Alas, I could only accept her proposal. Coincidentally, Prince Rauana was also to hold his own wedding. His partner is also one of the 6 witches, to be married to a remarkable witch at the same time as the prince. Just imagining how people would react is quite a headache. However, I could not turn down Lampai's feelings, so I ought to face the consequences with pride and settle down. But marrying and raising a family is something I find troublesome, and it's mostly due to my background. I was born into a prominent family but eventually ran away and cut all ties with them. Then, I became a lone controversialist. Still, marriage is a major event in one's life. I have to inform my parents, so today, I went back home with my fiancé. Section. And the first thing my father said to me was, "Do you want to be an admiral, huh?" I wasn't expecting that. Admiral is the topmost position of the mermaid military. It has been vacant for decades because it requires someone with ability, intelligence, spirit, and virtue. If someone is newly appointed as admiral, it would be an achievement that would go down in history. People say a man named Belphegamilia had been appointed commander of the Demon Kingdom's army. An admiral is a comparable rank to his position. Why would I do that? Have you lost your mind? Was I wrong then? But I think your recent accomplishments are sufficient to prove your worth, replies my father, the mermaid army's general. Currently, our army has 3 generals. The military policies are decided by the council of these 3 and the consent of the king. However, once an admiral assumes office, the decision will be left completely to him alone. It's frightening to even imagine I'd be shouldering such a heavy responsibility. Think about it. Your reputation is at an all-time high because of your success in putting down the coup. People even call you Prince Rauana's right-hand man now. They do? No. I knew. I am a controversialist, so I'm quick to catch up on the latest news. It actually makes me uncomfortable when people I meet call me that. Add the fact that you were in last year's best 4 of the martial swimming competition. The other 3 were much like monsters, but your prowess was still felt. That was out of sheer luck. That's all I can say. Really. King Nagus, Prince Rauana, and Lord Saint. The main reason I made it to the semi-finals was that I did not face these men in the earlier rounds. If I had, I would have been eliminated then and there, but you fought through to the end against His Highness. It was a match to behold. I still lost to him. The semi-finals and my final match at the time. Fighting Prince Rauana one-on-one was enough to show how strong he has become. I realized right away I was no match for him. The aura he emanated after he returned from his Terranian pilgrimage was different, as if he had become a different person. The match itself was a long one, but I was being obstinate. I simply wanted to test how close I could get to him. A retainer could never be on equal footing with his master. But I can say that your performance was the best of them all. That may be so, but I earned the reputation of being the strongest non-royalty after that tournament. A hyperbolized title for a humble controversialist like me. To top it all off, you're taking one of the 6 mad witches' hand in marriage. I have heard that Prince Rauana's fiancée is also a member of the 6 mad witches. Father, I think it would be best if you don't repeatedly say that name. In short, it will only serve to strengthen the bond between you and the prince. You have achievements, are known for your abilities, and have a unique connection to the future king. Above all, you have good bloodlines. I think the groundwork is well laid for the first admiral in decades. Please don't give me that. You're just elated by the thought of producing an elite mermaid from your lineage, but it's still a major achievement. No doubt. I agree, father-in-law. Even this person sitting next to me sounds excited by the idea. I, Lampai, will do my utmost to support Hendra as his beloved wife. He is a prodigy and has the potential to reach the rank of admiral. Right? You know Hendra well, after all, and you have keen insight to notice his talents. Sir, I will do my part to make him admiral. My fiancée sure is eager. Well, her previous job was as an imperial guard at the palace, so I guess it makes sense that she understands how great an admiral's position is. Though she's probably excited more so because her future husband could be holding that position. Please wait, father, as I've told you many times, you have to have a proper job now that you're going to make a family of your own. The time has come for you to join the military register. I find it sad they don't consider my job a respectable one. But Lampai will go through the same thing. She'll abandon her glorious duties of guarding Princess Platy at the farm to live with me. Must I give up a part of myself in order to build a new life for the two of us? I suppose that's what marriage is all about. A soldier for the army, huh? Well, it does sound like a sick job. What post would you like in the military? How about the deputy commander? You could learn a lot from your elder brother. So, he has already planned this. I'm here today to ask for permission to get married, so let's talk about that first. Oh, right. I've often been told that I have a bad habit of rushing into things too quickly. Ha ha ha. He says, grinning embarrassedly. It's a great honor to have one of the highly esteemed 6 mad witches join our family. He may be a foolish son, but I leave him in your care, young lady. You can drop the mad part, sir, replies Lampai. It scares me that she can still keep that smile on her face. Now, how about you meet the rest of our family? We've got everyone here just for today. I'll go get them. So wait here. Saying this, father exits the room excitedly. I'm sure he'll bring the rest of the family waiting in the other room. Once this meeting ends, Lampai will finally become a member of our family. You look down. Alone together for a short while. She strikes up a conversation with me. Sorry, I know today is supposed to be a joyous day, but it's just. I've always wondered, but is there something going on between you and your family? She suddenly asks me the big question. No, if anything, this is probably the right time to ask. I've been giving off vibes that I don't want to talk about my situation. And she cleverly understood my signs and left the matter alone. But since she's going to be related to my family, this has to be brought up sooner than later. So, I strengthen my resolve. It's a pretty common thing in families. And timidly begin to tell her the story of how I came to leave this house. I was a failure. Chapter 433, Before the Ceremony. Lampai, sequel. The Better family has 4 children. Wild, the first son. Hendra, the second son. Delta, the third son. And Crowntail, the youngest daughter. Of these 4, 3 have grown up to live up to the family's reputation. Wild is at the top of his game in everything. Crowntail, although a girl, is blessed with military prowess. She is studying at the prestigious Mermaid Witch Academia and is certain to become an Imperial Guard after graduation. Delta is the most talented. Since childhood, he was said to be the most gifted in the Better family and was even thought to become a prime minister or a general. I was the mediocre one. I say to Lampai, my soon-to-be life partner, I can't do anything as well as other people. No brains, no brawn. Delta has always been better than me in everything ever since we were young. Whenever I lost to him, my father would scold me and say, why can't you do anything good for once? As I carried on with my life, I gradually came to believe I was worthless and that I didn't belong to the Better family. I thought it'd be better to leave and become a nobody rather than to live in contempt for the rest of my life. So, I left. Being a controversialist was a job I chose by chance, and I was fine with anything as long as I could keep my distance from them. Surprisingly, my occupation suited my nature. Anyway, I ran away from home. I didn't want to be called a failure. But I'm back in that same household today. It just feels so weird to me. You've grown. Your might and accomplishments are unparalleled. Shouldn't you feel better now that you can come home with your head held high? Maybe so. But perhaps it is an emotion ingrained in me so early that it cannot be overwritten. In this house, I will always remain a failure. Meanwhile, things started to get rowdy on the other side of the room. Father must have brought everyone. When he opened the door, it became even noisier. Allow me to do the introductions. First of all, I am the head of the Better family, traditional. I'm also an army general. Pleased to meet you, sir. And Lampai bows courteously. This is my wife, Comet. As in-laws, I hope you get along with each other. Oh, stop that, dear. We're not like the Queen's family. Oh, mother. Anyway, the formalities move on. This is my eldest son, Wild. He's the Imperial Guard commanding officer, so you may know him, Lampai. Of course, sir. It's a pleasure to see you again, officer. Lampai greets my elder brother humbly. Haha, I'm relieved knowing you'll be taking care of my troublesome brother. What do you mean troublesome? Surprisingly, Lampai seems acquainted with Crowntail and greets her casually. The speed at which she is adjusting to my family is frightening. At this rate, it really looks like I'll have to move back to my parents' house when I get married. Oh, and the last one, question mark. What's wrong? Further suddenly sounds constrained. Delta, my third son. Oh, Delta, my younger brother and the most talented of us 4 siblings. The reason I left home was also because of my inferiority complex towards him. I'm sure he must be making a name for himself out there now. Huh? Who's this haggard-looking guy? Are you Delta? Exclamation mark. No answer. He looks away. I thought I confused him for somebody else, but I can recognize traces of his younger self. This is Delta, the genius of the Better family. A lot has happened since you left home, whispers Wild in my ear. Delta was a brilliant kid, but as he grew up, he became more and more inept. You can't even call him a genius by any standards anymore. Huh? He wasn't selected to be Army Cadet twice in a row, you see. He's not eligible to try another time. His only way left is to start as a private, unless, of course, he performed well in the competition like you did. Oh, yeah, did he participate? Yeah, but he lost in the prelims first round. Wow, I never expected that. Growing up, we were always compared to each other. You really are hopeless, Hendra. Why can't you be more like your younger brother? That's what they would tell me. I've never seen him since I left, but after today's meeting, clearly, the tables have. You think the tables have turned, don't you? Huh? Delta says with hostility. Must feel nice, huh? You used to be looked down upon, and now you're doing the condescending. Tell me how it feels. I am what's left of your so-called genius younger brother. Delta has come to despise the reality of his situation. He reminds me of how I used to be when I first left home. Behave yourself, Delta. Sorry about my rude son. Hey, NGH. My younger brother struggles as further holds him by the neck. I had high hopes for you before, but I was completely off the mark. Compared to that, Hendro has grown into a fine man. He has become the pride of our family. Now that you've returned, my family will. Oeg. Slap. Lampai slapped him as hard as she could. What got into her? She begins to speak on my behalf, and the rest of my family widens our eyes in surprise. You're a disgrace as a father, she says. How can you love your children just for their skills? I'm disappointed someone like you is an army general. But I think it's exactly because he's a general that I cannot allow Hendra to work for such a man. It seems now's not the time for him to be returning to his family. With that, Lampai takes my hand and, if you would please excuse us, let's meet again when you're ready to welcome your son home. Huh? Wait. And you? She says to Delton on his hands and knees. You're free to rise or fall. But don't bring my husband into this. Family is always there for you. But there are times when you have to fight alone. If you want to win, don't take out your anger on someone else, but fight on your own until you reach your goal. Question mark. Delta's eyes widened as he heard those words. Excuse us, mother-in-law. I apologize for our rude exit. It's all right, dear. You actually took the words right out of my mouth. Mother remains calm even though her husband just got slapped right in front of her. Forgive him. He has been a military man since his birth. so he cannot see things in any other way. He only knows how to love his children in the same manner. Hearing this, everything suddenly became clear to me. Ever since we were children, he would always praise or scold us the military way. That's one of the good things about him, but there are also times when it's not acceptable. I'm glad you pointed that out. It took 20 years to tell him what I wanted. No, Mom. You are Hendra's mother, and I will always respect you. There's some kind of bonding forming among the ladies amidst the commotion. Let's go, Hendra. Huh? Ah, okay. I leave with my hand in hers. Huh? Where are you going? Weren't you going to live here from today? Open your eyes, love. You're not fit to be their father-in-law right now. And you, Delta. Mother shifts her gaze to her third son. Everyone has flattered your genius too much, but it's also your fault for being so overconfident of it that you let your opportunities slip away. From now on, you'll have to think about how to stand up again. As your mother, I can only continue to offer you support. As long as my mother is around, it seems my father and younger brother will be okay. But are you sure? I ask as we head for the door. I thought the whole point of marrying me was to get me back home. You're a true-born soldier, after all. I'm going to join the military and serve the country with Lampai as my wife. This life plan would have allowed her to leave her honorable post as Princess Platty's guard. That's not true. I'm marrying you, not your family. Oh, there's nothing wrong with marrying a controversialist. Surely, the princess will also understand. Her reassuring words brought back a certain memory, the first time we met, and she beat me to a pulp because of a slip of the tongue. Life with her will never be boring, it seems. Chapter 434, Before the Ceremony. Gararifa. I am Gararifa, one of the 6 witches and called the Witch of the Plague. It has been so long ever since I came here. An event occurred that made me realize the passage of time. Puffer's marriage. It's the Puffer, you know? She was the most stubborn and the most intimidating of the 6 witches, but now, she's getting married. It's something I never imagined when we first met. Lampai, too. I remember that the 3 of us came to the farm together. They got married at the same time, leaving me all alone. No, you've got it all wrong. I'm not falling behind or anything. But since Puffer and Lampai are moving into their husbands' families, it's natural they won't be staying here anymore. I would be lying if I said I won't miss them. After all, we all got here on the farm together. Recently, we've been working in different departments, and sometimes we don't see each other all day long. But we still have a bond. Yet, both of them are leaving. They left me alone and got married. No, I don't envy them. I'm happy for them. If anything. My life is all about research. As long as I can research potions, I'm more than content. I specialize in bacteria. It is still an undiscovered concept in this world and was named for the first time by Lord Saint and his knowledge. These tiny little organisms, so tiny that they are invisible to the eye, multiply all over the place and are the cause of various processes. Once, I foresaw the existence of bacteria and published a paper on it. Unfortunately, the Mermaid Medical Association did not recognize it and, on the contrary, criticized me, calling me crazy. This is when I came to be known as the Witch of the Plague. Still, I did not abandon my hypothesis, and after a particular incident, I ended up being sent to jail. I am now grateful for that disaster, because that's how I got on this farm in the first place. This place is amazing. The germs that caused the people around me to call me crazy are the norm here. Lord Saint is a master at putting bacteria to good use. Bacteria ferment crops to break down harmful components and convert them into nutrients or simply make them taste better. When I was shown this process, my researcher spirit trembled with excitement. Not only did Lord Saint prove the existence of bacteria, but he took it a step further and put it to good use. It was a dream come true just to have my theory confirmed, but to have established its practical use is even better. All hail Lord Saint. As I continued my research, I became in charge of the bacteria-related work here. I make the starter that Lord Bacchus needs for brewing alcohol. Beer needs malt, while wine needs the indigenous bacteria that dwell on the grape skins to promote alcoholic fermentation. But for rice wine, we have to get the bacteria from koji. Koji is also necessary for the production of miso and soy sauce, so Puffer often came to get some. From now on, however, her successor, Discus, will be doing that. I've also been reassigned as the farm's medical officer to make effective use of the fungus. As I hypothesized, most of the diseases that human beings contract are caused by bacteria. Pathogens cause various symptoms, and the body generates a high fever to kill foreign bacteria. Lord Saint's explanation made complete sense to me. If we can find out what kind of bacteria enters the system, we can determine the disease the individual has contracted and know how to deal with it accordingly. Currently, my lab has 98 different kinds of medicines for fatal diseases, including those caused by crops. All of them are drugs for diseases caused by viral pathogens, though. Oh, I won't let the same people who rejected my theories benefit from my research. I should probably wait until they're a little more civilized and can understand my ideas. Until then, only the farm residents can enjoy my talents, research, and achievements. I work only for these people who understand and accept me. This farm is the best. It's like my very own utopia. I will never leave this farm like Puffer and Lampire did. This is my final destination. My finishing line. I'm going to stay here and study bacteria for the rest of my life. Mwahahaha. Master Gararifa is laughing hysterically again. Her mad scientist spirit is active again. Let's join her. Heclei and Batrachus, who were working until a minute ago, rushed to me and started laughing next to me. Mwahahaha. Ahahi. Wahahaha. They moved in with Princess Angel and have become my assistants. My workload has drastically increased since I came here, so having them is a huge help. Hiya cute kakakakaka. Girls? What's with the weird laughs, huh? But aren't we supposed to have a unique laugh to be on the same level as you, Master? Yeah. No ordinary laugh can express our Master's madness. Why are the people of this world so set on making me a mad scientist? I'm normal. I study bacteria normally. To say that the concept of bacteria is beyond your understanding and that I'm mad for studying them is just an imposition of values. Breaking outdated notions gives way to new technology. Breaking outdated notions? Is that perhaps to overthrow the current regime and the establishment of a new nation? Please stop replacing every single word I say with dangerous ideas. How much more persistent can they be in wanting to make me mad? I am but a mediocre researcher and nothing more. Research should be done in a humble, quiet manner. Understood? So, what you're saying is, you do? You really are my adorable little pupils. True madness is not spreading it around without reason. Real madness happens in the shadows, even at times of peace. Oh, laughing hysterically is just as compensating for our lack of madness. A true compounder like our master does not need to act like one. Her usual behavior is considered mad enough. After all, mad day in, day out. What a complete madman. We respect you from the bottom of our hearts, Master Gararifa. I'm glad they respect me, but I feel like it's a little misdirected. While Puffer and Lampi enjoy their married life, I will be spending the rest of my life surrounded by these silly girls. I'm starting to envy the two of them now. Section R. Right. My escort is here. I guess it's that time already. I'll be away for a few days, so please take care of this place for me, girls. Yes, ma'am. Respond Heclei and Batrachus. Where I'm headed, you ask? It's obvious. I'll be attending Prince Arawana and Puffer's wedding. End of Volume 12.